someone here who will really can tell us from scratch and from many experiences how it feels to work in this area of expertise. He is clinical psychologist and is head of the crisis intervention unit at the Austrian Red Cross. I will present to you Dietmar Kratzer. Dietmar is working at the University of Innsbruck, and I think he is the most interesting specialist when it comes to talk about crisis and crisis management. And he will tell us his experiences from an outside of the library field, but I think this is a rather interesting view also for us all. So, Dietmar, thank you very much for coming. I'm very happy that you're here now, and the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Eva, and good morning to all of you. If there is morning wherever you are, okay. I want to take a close overview to the psychological view to crisis communication and something like organizational resilience. I hope this will help you maybe in crisis situation in your work or with your staff. Okay.
Your microphone is off, Dietmar.
Sorry, did you hear anything until now or nothing?
Yes, everything works well now.
Okay. Okay, sorry, little technical problems. This is the online magic. I want to take a little overview on organizational resilience from the psychological view. What is organizational resilience? There are three pillars of resilience: resistance, recovery, and something like adaptive capacity. The areas of research have developed in this order. First, there was resistance in the view of research of resilience. What is resistance? Resistance is the ability of a system to resist the disturbance caused by an event and is measured by the amount of disturbance the system can withstand or absorb before any changes occur. This is one part. The next part would be the recovery. So someone has his microphone on and we have an echo. Okay, now it's better. The recovery aspect of resilience is measured by the time a system needs to return to its original state. In this view, the quicker the pre-disaster growth path is re-achieved, the more resilient a community or a system is considered to be. The actual and current view is more towards the creativity or adaptive capacity. What does it mean? Creativity or adaptive capacity is the ability of a system to learn from past events and to adapt in such a way that develops beyond the pre-event status. This also includes the willingness and the ability of an organization or a society to learn and adjust to changes. This is a proactive understanding of resilience, and in this sense, learning from past events, also during events, of course, at the level of single individuals, but also at the level of institutions and organizations is an important characteristic of resilience. Resilience is not only a personal thing, it's also an institutional or organizational thing, and we need to look at our members or our employees in these circumstances. So, talk short about what is the characteristic of a crisis. First, this is an essential threat to basic values like life, livelihoods, health, property, politics, ecology, and so on. And also it is a complex combination of rare events. And the characteristics of crisis: low control, high uncertainty, information deficit, and time pressure. And very important, every crisis has an escalation potential, because a not well managed crisis can lead to massive loss of trust in those responsible, like authorities and leadership. And a loss of trust is always a very, very big problem. So talk about what can a good crisis communication be. First, I think trust, transparency, and trustworthiness are the basis of every communication, also of good crisis communication. It's important that the distribution of roles and responsibilities are clear and well communicated. Who is responsible? Which role is to which person? Yeah. Also important is the information channel between crisis staff and those who are responsible for the crisis communications. This is in most cases not the same group. Aim at information control and show presence. Try non-contradictory communication of all stakeholders. So find a common communication line with other affected authorities. A one-voice policy is very, very important in crisis communication. Be always aware that crisis communication is short-term, under high time pressure, and it's always event-driven. And be aware that all communication paths should be open at all times in both directions, top down and bottom up. It's in every communication and participation of affected people or employees, very important that the communication directory is always open in both directions. And yeah. So, what makes good communication in crisis? It's a kind of communication paradigm. Say as much as necessary, but not too much. Yeah, but be complete. Otherwise, people may think you have secrets. Yeah, and trust is very important in this case. The quality. Do not say anything that you do not believe to be true. If you don't know if something is true, tell them to which probability you think it might be true. Always be relevant and tell your thing in an appropriate way and as clear as necessary. Adapt your language to the audience and to the topic. Use clear and simple, short messages. Rules in crisis communication. So prepare for crisis. I think this is something what is very important, that you have an emergency plan for crisis, and this should be done before the crisis. Yeah. So the next step is, if there is a crisis, it is very important to act fast. Yeah. You remember the characteristics of an acute crisis situation is information deficit and uncertainty. Our reaction as crisis manager, as administrative leaders, be calm, do not freeze, do not agitate. Communicate in an open and, very important, in a proactive way. You have to tell something your employees or your stakeholders. Yeah. The first signal should be, we see what happens, we act accordingly. And the implicit message in this way is, we have acknowledged the crisis, and the next message is, our warning system for crisis is functioning. Yeah? And we, the organization in this case, we react to crisis and adapt our actions accordingly. So, third rule, no space for rumors. Inform about facts. What does it mean? In every crisis there are rumors. Very fast there are rumors. Yeah, you cannot do anything against. Yeah, and very important, you cannot make rumors go away by a dementi. Even if your dementi is true, you cannot make it. Rumors can only be faced by showing my own view, showing one's own view. Sorry. Take the other view, the rumor, seriously, and do not belittle it or make fun about it. Do not talk about the wrongness of the rumors. Just talk about your own view. Otherwise, you might be seen as untrustful communication partner. That sounds like, if they belittle the rumor in this way, there must be something to it. Yeah? And thus, you lose control and the possibility to inform in a clear and proper manner. And then you're in the position that you only can react, and you lose control. Truth and nothing but the truth. Do not hide, don't lie. 9 ways to lie in a crisis. Silence. In most crises, one of the responsible people say, no comment, no comment. This is not a good way of crisis communication. Tell the people about what has happened. What do we know? Only serious information, secure information. Do not speculate, but no comment is not a good way. Yeah? Say if you don't know anything. It's better than saying no comment. The second way, deny knowledge or reveal ignorance. Yeah? Distracting by attacking is not a good way. Salami tactics, in a short way, only few informations, not always the right information, or distracting by moralizing, or the reference to former cases. We have had this before. This is not about the situation. Yeah, the crisis situation is another situation. Don't speak about other situations. Speak about the crisis, the acute crisis. Or the reference to concurrent cases where reproaches have been proven wrong. Or distracting by comparing with other worse cases. And the last point is very bad. Admittance only when media become aware. So these are things that are happening, but it's not the good way of crisis communication. Also, important is only few people or leaders talk. One voice policy. If you make promises, keep your promises. Be available. And do not forget your own personnel, your own employees. Use internal crisis communication and use your personnel or employees as multiplicators for information sharing and so on. Show empathy, yeah, and give information in a meaningful way. What could it be? What could it mean? Examples. Few examples. Not a useful message is we don't know what happened. A better way of message is we are working with great energy and high priority on enlightening the events. Or not so useful is, we cannot tell you anything about injured or deaths yet. Better way is, we will make an overview as fast as possible. Our highest priority at the moment are the victims and their families. We don't know yet the cause of the event. Okay, that may be so, but the message is better formulated if you say something like, we have decided immediately that we will do everything possible to clear up the cause with utmost care and accuracy. So, making facts means to formulate in an active manner. Give personalized messages. So the better way is, we are working on a solution with all our force, and not one is working on a solution with all force. Do not use relativism and probability messages like perhaps, maybe, probably, can, won't, might, and so on. So we will examine the cause of the event fast. This is a good way to make facts and communicate. Do not use verbal hope expression like I think, we assume. Use facts. So don't say I think we must give fast and bureaucratic support to affected people. Say in a better way, we will give fast and bureaucratic support to affected people. And another point is, do not ask questions yourself, send only messages about facts. So, additional aspects you should think about is a culture-sensitive language, of course, a gender-sensitive language. It's not always easy in German to be gender-sensitive in some cases, and think about different target groups. Yeah, are there children, elderly, or disabled persons? What are the needs of these groups? Yeah. So you cannot communicate with children like with elderly. Yeah? Good crisis manager have the ability to cope with stress without acting out, no fear of taking responsibility, and ability to make decisions under time pressure and uncertainty. The most fear of decision makers is that they are making the wrong decision. So my staff commander in the Red Cross always say to us in a crisis, in a catastrophe, it's not so bad to make a wrong decision. Very bad is to make no decision. So decision making in a fast way is very, very important. So take a short look at the affected persons. What are the needs of affected person? This is these are the 5 principles of Hopfall and his colleagues. They made a meta-analysis, and these are the 5 principles of needs of affected people, and these are the 5 parts where we can make very good interventions in crisis. So the first point is safety. In most cases in crisis, there is a lack of information. So affected people do not know what has happened, who is affected, where is my family, am I at a secure place, and so on. So we can give very fast information, and this makes a little bit more a safety feeling for affected people. The second point is connectedness. So this means we should support each other. The affected people can support each other, and we from outside can make it possible that there is a support from each other. Yeah, calm. Yeah, in the acute crisis situation, the main thing is stress reduction. Everything that puts down the stress is a good intervention. So in some cases, it is very important that we can go back to daily routines, yeah, to normalcy. One point is self and collective efficacy. Yeah, this means participation, dialogues, and very important, inclusion in decision making. Don't go over the affected people. Put them in the decision making process within. And the fifth principle is hope. Yeah. For us, it is that we make it possible that there is a future perspective and making a positive effect possible. So, steps in the decision-making process: recognize the problem, collect adequate information, find maybe alternative solution and think about their possible consequences, decide between alternative solutions, implement selected solution, yeah, and of course control the effects of selected solutions. So, what do you need for decision making in emergencies? Use your senses repeatedly. Think fast in a rational way. Use your mind and use your mind and not so much the emotions. Emotions are very present in crisis situations, but the thing is, we have to act in a rational way. We have to use our cognitive functions, and in this way act accordingly. Make breaks, take a break and think. You don't have to do everything in 5 seconds. Take short breaks and think. This is also a rule from our emergency doctors. They have the rule 10 seconds break for 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes they make a little break and think about what they are doing, so that they are in mind and not in emotion. This you have to train a little bit. So, what is the main problem of administrative leadership? Weisert and colleagues formulated in this way: one of the more frequent problems of administrative leaders in a crisis or a disaster is the urge to engage in physical work, tasks that will not only lessen his internal tension and provide a feeling of really doing something as well, but which will inevitably leave the management group or staff without its head. So to speak, leaving the group leaderless. And this is a point. This should not happen. The group needs leadership in the crisis. So, who is making the leadership in a crisis should not work physical. He should lead. So, at last, I want to make the view on the dependency of organizational resilience and individual resilience, because they are dependent and vice versa. In crisis, the resilience of an organization is depending also on the resilience of individuals. So use the knowledge of your employees, their competencies, skills and abilities, and foster the development of these aspects outside of crisis, so that you can need it so that you can use it in crisis. Support all aspects of self-efficacy. Individuals with a high level of self-efficacy are more likely to respond actively to negative feedback or bad news with increased effort and motivation. Those with low levels, not. Use and promote communication behavior for sense making and sense giving. Job satisfaction is a very important thing in a general way, but also in resilience. Yeah. So this underlines the importance of crisis communication and capacity and capability building in everyday's working life. So this was a short overview of crisis communication and resilience. Thank you very much.
Okay, now the questions. Last one to know.
First of all, sorry, yeah, first of all, I would like to thank Dietmar. Dietmar, thank you very much. It was a very interesting insight in a very different view of the aspect of a crisis. We heard it from a view from the medical services, first aid services, from the Red Cross. You are dealing with with crises on an everyday basis, and you can see that also by your presentation. It was very interesting, and I think even we as librarians can pick different aspects out of your presentations to better manage crisis situations than we can. So thank you very much. It was an extremely interesting presentation. And I would like to, yes, maybe can Georg now just look at the chat mails that are, or the chat questions that are coming in. Georg, are you still here?
Yes, here I am. I just forgot to activate my microphone.
Thank you, Georg.
There was a question by Lars Egeland, but he said he thinks that he got an answer in the last comments by Mr. Kratzer.
Yeah, I can maybe say a little bit to it. Of course, not every change in everyday's life or everyday's working process is a crisis, but the subjective view of people is sometimes that they have a crisis, and we from outside do not think that it's a crisis. So in this case, it's important to be aware about our employees if they think they are in crisis, and we do not have to make every crisis, every small crisis to a big theme, but we should be aware about crisis of our colleagues or employees.
So now another question by Eva Ramminger this time. Did you get any form of instructions to compete with crisis? This is a question for all the others.
Maybe it's a difficult question for you, Dietmar. It's more a question for us.
Yeah.
But when I remember my instruction and my training as a librarian, this was not a part of the training, and I think it's important to have it now. So I'm very interested to hear it also from other members here in the symposium, whether this is going in other countries, how this is going in other countries. Okay, maybe this is a question for later. Thank you.
Okay, there's one question by Jolanta. Have you supported somehow the library directors to help them to solve any problems they could have? Did any one of them ask for such help or suggestions? This is a question for Dietmar.
Okay. So I know Eva since 20 years now, and we were both members in the Red Cross. We know us from the Red Cross and not from the university. So we have an exchange about problems with librarians. At the university, there are other areas where they ask me how can I act or react in crisis situations with colleagues or employees, but not really. I think Eva is very competent in managing crisis, so she don't need me as a person.
I won't be sure.
Yeah. But I think at the moment we all think about the pandemic situation with COVID. But I think about all-day crisis, like how should I act if a colleague is dying, a sudden death or a suicide. This is a thing. This is a thing that could happen every day. Everyday crisis. So I think this is something where we could make us, we should prepare a little bit also on such situations, and not only on something like COVID-19.
Okay. Ayanda says, I do not recall any lesson or crisis management. This was more a comment. Garda asks, in library management, does it make sense to repeat statements made by the university management in crises within your own team?
I think yes, because I think the situation at the university in Innsbruck is so we get mails from our rector with information, but I know I don't know how many, but I know many people don't read their emails really successful. So I think it's a good way to speak with the members of a library, not every day, but every week, a short. Eva hilft mir gerade eine kurze Beschreibung. A short presentation, maybe a short presentation or a short input to the members. What are the three important things? So I think this is a form of crisis management, and also you also can ask your employees what they think what is important. This is participation, and employee participation is a very important aspect of job satisfaction. And job satisfaction is sense making and sense giving, and sense giving and sense making is part of resilience and a part of self-efficacy. So participation is a good thing to speak about risk or crisis.
Okay, there are no more questions, so I'll hand over to Eva.
So, yes, thank you, Georg. Once again, Dietmar, thank you very much for your presentation and for your input. I think there are really many aspects that we could integrate in our work, in our daily life work. I think it was a very fruitful discussion and interesting presentation. And once again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, and goodbye to everyone. Bye bye.
So the next presentation is a bit different. It will concentrate on managing the crisis, the COVID crisis in the Botswana International University Library. I would like to introduce to you Ayanda Agnes Lebele. She holds a PhD from University of South Africa and has 2 master's degrees in library and information science and another degree in development sciences. She has experience from working in school, public, special and academic libraries of different sizes and administrative make-up. She works at Botswana International University of Science and Technology as a director of library services. In Botswana, the government imposes a strict social distancing measure with effect from April 2020. Agnes Ayanda will now present us the strategies she undertook to provide library services in these difficult times. Ayanda, thank you very much for being here with us, and the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Eva, and thank to the conference organizers for giving me the opportunity. I've been introduced, so we can move to the next slide.
Ayanda, you are the presenter. You should be able to move the slides yourself.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm Ayanda. I serve as the...
You could just switch on your camera if you want to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody, hello. I'm Ayanda Lebele. I'm serving as the Director, Library Services. Oops. Okay. I'll be talking to the theme on resilience and leadership. Fortunately, the presenter, Dietmar, has talked a lot about resilience. And my title is Youth Library, How We Embrace Social Capital to Navigate Through the COVID Crisis. I failed to logically put my presentation as how it's going to follow, but I would want you to appreciate that there will be subplots. There is the context, and then trying to build an understanding of the concept. And I would acknowledge that I'm not an expert in that, but I saw it happening in our library, so I want to talk about it. And then conclude with how we responded and recovered from the crisis. As noted, the cases in Botswana started in March. So in April 2nd, the government introduced strict social distancing measures with effect from the 2nd of April. At that point, it was supposed to be a 30-day lockdown. At the start of the lockdown, we had 3 active cases and 1 death. And this death, together with the 3 cases, they were imported cases. And then the death also was mainly because the old lady had other underlying conditions. So by the end of the lockdown, the first 30 days, we already reported 23 cases, and we had evidence of local transmissions. This might seem very small, but for a very small population like us, where we are around 2 million, it was very worrisome. So the lockdown was then extended and a further 2 weeks, by a week, and then a further 2 weeks. And the further 2 weeks was characterized by sequential relaxation of the essential services and the essential travels. That is towards end of May. Before the lockdown, from the 20th of March, all schools, primary and secondary schools, had closed. Can you see me?
We have no picture, Ayanda. You can't see you. You can't see the presentation.
Where did Ayanda go? Where did Ayanda go?
Oh.
Okay, sorry about that.
We've been missing for 5 minutes, I think. Hello again.
Hello again.
Okay. So the primary schools had closed earlier, primary schools and secondary schools, from the 20th of March until the 2nd of June, when we reopened with an ease of relaxation of the restrictions. And at the time when the restrictions were lifted, that is towards end of May, the government or the task force team had developed 13 zones where movement was only allowed within the zones, the cells zones. So if you needed to move outside the zone, you needed to apply for a permit, and it's the health authorities that were managing such movement. And for us in the library, immediately upon the announcement that there's going to be a lockdown, we also kind of locked down. We suspended all physical visits to the library. That is from the 27th of March. But when they reopened on the 2nd of June, we did not reopen. We continued with no physical services in the library. Let me just brief you on who BUST is. We are a public university that was established through a presidential directive in 2004. We started operating near the capital city in 2012, and that's very important because we were mainly operating within near the capital city. And then we migrated to Palape in 2014, and that's a village, moving from the city to the village. And the village is growing into a kind of a university town, and it's located in between the only two cities in the country, Francistown in the north and Gaborone in the south. With the university has an enrollment of about 2,000 students and this 470 staff. So we serve about 2.5 potential users and potential users, because others are not registered with the library. This is the country, Botswana, and this Eastern Corridor here, it's the main activity. This is where there is more activity in the country. The rest of the region there, can you see my pointer? The rest of the region, is my pointer visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the rest of the region here, it's more desert conditions. So there is more life this side. And Gaborone is here in the south and Francistown is up there. Palape is right here in the middle. So we are right in the middle of the activity Eastern Corridor. Now the library. Just in a nutshell, we support these institutional goals. And how we do it by doing our collection development, doing a provision of IT applications, developing a lot of internal processes so that they support these institutional needs, and we do a lot of networking. So before I get to how we survived, let me tell you what we were doing just before the crisis set in. We were just at the end of the financial year. Our financial year starts from April to March the following year. So we were just ending the 2019-2020 financial year. And that meant also realigning our annual performance plan with the university had just revised the institutional strategy, and the organizational structure had also been revamped. So there was a lot of change that needed strategies for change management. And mind you, our strategic plan was coming to an end in 2023. So given the little time that we left, we had to adjust and readjust what we were planning for the financial year that was just starting. We also had completed auditing our e-resource packages. We had also done strategies to market the resources intensively. And we were working with the e-resource service providers and the user community. We have developed computer-mediated tools. We have standardized our processes because, as I noted, we are a new university, so some services have not yet been accredited. So they needed our processes to be approved. we had also done very well in developing an institutional repository, and we were advocating for open access. So we are already just winning some onto our side. Doing a buy-in, please note that word, I'll talk about it later. We also were excited because at the moment we are operating in a makeshift space. So our library has been, it's at design stage, it has been completed, and we are ready to embark anytime. So that was one of the excitements in our excitement bag. And we were also working with a local secondary school to refurbish and reactivate their library. And we were working with the University of Cincinnati, together giving the mine, which is the sponsor to the project, and the school, who is the user community, a lot of professional expertise. So it was vibrant and happening in our places. And who are these? I keep saying we were. I work with a team of 17 very socially connected and predominantly early career librarians, not just early career, but even early family development. Almost every year we have 1 or 2 people going either on maternity leave or time off to prepare for marriage. So they're still young. And we are all citizens, we are all Botswana, and we have this collectivist society element. We call it Mutu. You are who you are because of the people around you and what you do for the people. So it's Mutu. Mutu means person in our native language. And within this group of very collective and united people, majority were not coming from the COVID-19, the Palape COVID-19 zone. And usually under normal circumstances, when we operate in Palape, we are operating away from our families. And I highlighted red here because one of the team members insisted that I should let you know that being separated from the cattle post was something he could never imagine would happen to him. In Botswana here, we have a population of cattle is higher than the people population. So I understand what he means by that. And as I said, it's a team that's very agile, and we had just come back from a team building activity. We had traveled, we had fun, we had learned from South Africa, where we learned particularly how UNISA, the University of South Africa, it operates their online services, the library, how it operates their online services. So we were ready really to pack up our 2020-2021 annual performance plans with what we had learned from there. And we had also come back from a very exciting event we had mounted very successfully, a commemoration of International Women's Day 2020. So these are things that were really creating our visibility and bonding us and creating new friends to the library. And all this team operates in 2 functional units of the information support unit and the resource management unit. And these were good bases for creating shift operations during the crisis. These are the beauties I work with. The top picture here is when we traveled to South Africa for a bonding and learning experience. And down here, it's how vibrant they looked for the International Women's Day commemoration. And all of a sudden, we are now locked down, and we now are like this little kid that has been in Setswana. We have the community has termed being locked down as being forced into Sirubi. Sirubi is a traditional process of isolating a vulnerable kid or lamb from the bigger ones. It's kept in a little crawl like that. You can see how if you put these beautiful figures in Sirubi, it's very, it takes away the morale. So having understood the team, let me just briefly talk about the concept. I'm not too sure I'll do it very well, especially after the expert in the area has talked so well about it. But I'll try to be calm. And he said we should have mind over emotions. So social capital, I've understood it, and it's, as Jason states it here, it has a chaotic definition. It can be conceptualized in multiple ways, and it seems to be having a lot of definitions. but I would stick to we'll go into the definition. It's what I observed from the different definitions is that it's a benefit from the social relations that enable or facilitate attainment of the individuals or the group or the institutional task. So it's basically what you benefit from the people in your networks. And the benefits can be derived either to bond you or to bridge. By bonding you, for example, the family, the relations we have in a family, it's bonding. And then the bridging is the relations that helps to get to some opportunity. What I observed is that key to these, it borders on issues of trust, honesty, information flow, and the functionalities of the networks. Just briefly, what I learned from the literature on social capital is that you can look at it from the perspective of the human capital. That is just the value that an entity or an individual brings to the network. Or you can look at it from the structural stance. That is how the entity or the individual in the network, how this person helps in filling up the holes. Or for example, if you have needs, how this network or people in the network help in meeting those needs or closing those gaps that you have in your cluster or in your society. Or you can look at it from the cognitive social capital perspective. For example, if you have a shared value, you end up being connected. For example, we can have a network of library directors, or we can have a network of we have in Palape here, we have a team of librarians, and we call it the Palape Librarians Forum. We are joined by the values that we have. The values of a relationship is therefore appreciated from being able to close the multiple disconnects that are within the group. Social capital, like all other forms of capital, it has to be earned, it has to be saved. It becomes even beneficial, especially at the times of need, like money, the bank account. So now, having built that, let's get to the library. Social capital has been discussed in the library. It became even popular after the works of Robert Putnam, and especially after the book chapter, Better Together, Restoring the American Community, is in the library associations there. And library, definitely, as I noted, as I said earlier, it has elements of that cognitive social capital because it's a conduit of information or knowledge transfer. And Shark here notes that librarians, we have the tendency of saying, I will talk to the faculty, when we get buy-in, we got buy-in from management. That's basically you have gotten them into the project using your social capital. They have earned trust and information exchange. When you present the project to them, they trust that you will go well with the project, and you tell them information, how you are going to do it. So out of that, you bond and you go ahead with the project. That's what it means by buy-in. So it's basically using your social capital. So I'll try to pick a few of the examples. I won't go through all of them here, where we used or where I saw evidence of us benefiting from the social capital that we had built. We had the Botswana Library Association and Africa helping in closing the gaps or in bringing the opportunities to us as a team when we were in lockdown and when we were trying to recover our services. There was a project that was organized by the associations of the librarians contributing content to the Wikipedia. That I saw it motivated a lot of our team members who were working on it because they were still under strict lockdown. And as they worked on it also, they networked with another team of librarians because there was a WhatsApp group that was created. So that reactivated people and gave back a sense of, wow, I'm contributing. And that was very beautiful. In the process also, we started discussions with Africa And eventually, when we came back into opening for our services, we were working on the project of open educational resources. We participated in different learning pathways, and basically we were learning how to create content and be learning advocacy on open access. Remember earlier on I said we were advocating for open access in our institution. We also had demonstration of social capital at place at work here, where we dealt with our e-resource vendors. They helped us promote visibility. Remember earlier on I said we were working on marketing the resources. So we didn't allow that closure to kind of break the chain. And it was especially at the time where our researchers needed more access to resources. So they became part of us. We did online meetings, we did training together with them. And at some points we used our personal networks. When we came back, we had a motivational speaker ready, and then we had somebody to talk to us about copyrights. All these people were brought in by the communication, and we brought them on board while we were at the lockdowns. And then my participation in institutional governance structures, it also enriched the social capital as I kept on talking more about what we are doing, and we kind of got the buy-in. And another example could be, I'll bring in this one of, we had online meetings, both organized by the DVC, Academic Affairs, when he was planning for institutional business continuity, the deans and directors. AFRIA also had online meetings where we shared updates on emerging trends in the crisis and how we can manage with working from home, and especially on which commercial service providers may give you free access. So there was a lot of exchange of information. And we also had one of our librarian actively registering new members during the lockdown. And that meant also bringing more people into our network. And these people, I would always say, they came in because they had a need and they trusted our services. And we also, when we reopened, we were quarantined, we were, should I say, yeah, like it was mentioned yesterday by the other presenter that they kept the books at a secluded place before they reshelved. So we worked with the Faculty of Engineering. They managed to develop a drop box for us. So we had the box outside there, but that is all because we were all working towards the common goal of managing the virus. There are more examples of how they, but I would importantly note this one. I said we are at the end of the financial year, and we had to be paying our bills. We could not pay bills. There were many other reasons, but the main thing was the lockdown. But the people that we had to pay, our business partners, they were accommodating. They allowed us to delay the payments. They gave us some discounts in some cases. Some of them we negotiated recontract and but I appreciated they did that because they trusted us as a customer that has been operating well with them, and they knew the situation we were operating from. And we also had a new bonding, a strengthened bonding with the faculty and the subject librarians, because now people were interacting from their homes and online. So it was very helpful. We had also the providers of the information services reaching out to not just us as the librarians, but they were also reaching out to the researchers, all because we had a common goal of business continuity even during the lockdown. And we also had information coming from the health teams. We were sharing it and encouraging users to rely on credible information. There are many examples that we can cite from my team. There are very many things that we did that when I look back in retrospect, I said, wow, we managed this one because we have this relationship. And I have seen that we got a buy-in because we had the right currency. Most services moved virtual, so that needed collaboration. It needed people to buy in, and we managed because we were a team. And I conclude by also noting that social capital was the oil that we needed to bridge the digital divide machines, the gaps that existed in the research and information infrastructure. The library focused on serving our users in their unique spaces and their unique needs, but with one goal of service provision. We also learned, and I'm glad it was noted earlier, that honesty, transparency, and clear articulation of the library values. We were very clear with what we can do and what we cannot do, and that was very essential. It was very essential in reducing any possible conflict during the crisis or even during the recovery. But on a positive note, we became very visible as an educational partner. We were working with faculty to put content in their learning platforms. And we also as a team, the gained social capital, it helped us to build resilience, and it affirmed us, which in turn gave us a positive impact in our thoughts, in our action, and in our plan. So we kind of came back into the service provision with so much energy, and because we realized that we had the support of the people in our networks. I would end at that point and invite questions or comments, or we can start bonding and bridging using our capital, social capital from here onwards. You can send me email at this email address. Thank you.
Ayanda, thank you very much. It was a very interesting insight, a different insight from the services or from the change this crisis has evoked in your library. There are some details that were very interesting for me. For instance, a very small detail I also formulated in the chat room. Is your library also responsible for the school libraries in your area? Or was it just an impression that I got from the presentation?
No, we are a standalone library.
Okay, thank you. So what was very interesting for me is the economical view of the changes that the crisis evoked. What are you going to do afterwards when the crisis is over? Are you keeping some of the changes that you now tried to implement in the services?
Yes, thank you very much. In one of our discussions when we came back, we really felt we are not going back in many things. We would not. We have invested a lot of crafting and emotions into developing new services. So we would not want to go back. I think in summary, I could just say that. For example, at the moment, we still don't have that much of physical visiting to the library, especially for book loans. What we do is they order the book online and they just come for a pickup. And that's a beautiful service. We would really love to continue with something like that.
Maybe just another question before we change to the chat questions. I was very impressed by the profile of your colleagues. They're coming from so different types of regions, and I can imagine that the concept of home office was not a concept at your place. Yeah.
No, it wasn't. But if I might tell you now, we are still operating on a rotational basis. And from my observation, the day I announced that we should all come back to office, I would lose a lot of friends. They love it. People are enjoying working from home, and their line managers are reporting that there is actually more output when they operate in the comfort of their Zoom. Yes, there are challenges of access to computers or having computers, but there's a lot of improvisation. And because we are also a network, there are others who are comfortable in visiting each other and sitting over a chat and doing their work with the other who has good access to internet.
Okay, thank you. So maybe, Georg, you can help us with the questions in the chat room.
Okay. Lars wants to know, it's interesting that the staff consists of early career employees. Why? Is it occasional or why is it?
It happened that way. We are a new university. I think it happened that way. They are early career, not necessarily, yeah, I think it's best to say it happened that way. It's probably because this is a new university, and at the time of recruitment, it probably was prudent to get in people who have just graduated.
Okay, Lars again. The last few years, many speak of social capital in library impact studies, but it is also interesting to hear about how the library used the social capital as an asset within the institution.
Thank you. I think it's a comment. I was also amazed at how much it worked for us. There are many examples. Actually, we have a team of Palapa Librarians Forum. In this team, during the lockdown, we were sharing even tricks on how to exercise in the morning. We were sharing cooking recipes. It was more than just a professional network, but it helped even other librarians who are not necessarily working with us also manage in their libraries. So yes, you are right. It's a very good asset that we have built amongst ourselves.
Okay, there are no more questions. Sorry, a last question. Is the concept of buy-in values also supported by the university? And how is this transformed and integrated in their strategies?
I think the concept of buy-in, we use it in different forums. Even I think institutional management, when they present an issue to us, they say we are presenting this to Senate so that we have your buy-in. But now what we are learning here is that because they share information on how they want it to happen and the impact that it should have on you as the recipient of this information and all this, and then you agree onto it, you agree onto the concept. You have basically agreed to go on because you trust and you have had the right information. So I would think yes, it's a global thing. It's beyond just libraries. Just that it's common in librarianship. We love saying we got faculty buy-in, and I didn't know what we were selling at that moment. Now I know.
Okay, now there's no more question.
So thank you once again, Ayanda. I wish you all the best to succeed with your strategies and with your very interesting strategies. I would very much like to hear about the efforts in a bit later time. Maybe we can meet once again. For now, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And when I look at the time, we are about 11 minutes past, but nonetheless, if you are okay with me, we will start at 10:30 after a short break with the next presentations. So thank you very much. And yes, we have a break now. Thank you.
Years. We have 4 libraries, 3 in the downtown campus, with only a short distance to 300 meters between each other. And those libraries are in rebuilt office buildings. It's not built as libraries. We have a staff of approximately 70 people. And we have the situation, as many of you perhaps have, that it's an increase in the number of students and staff in the university. There is a demand for new services, but we see a stagnation or even cut in library budgets. In 2015, we got a new library system in all the higher education institutions in Norway, Ex Libris Alma system. It was a more advanced library system and changed our workflow. And the most important thing, it demanded increased specialization. So we centralized all acquisition, cataloging, and metadata work in a new organizational unit in the library. We also established one of the libraries as a library supporting only health studies. It's a short break from changing the slides here. I don't know why it takes time. So, if we were to plan the downtown campus from the beginning, I'm sure that we would never have planned for 3 libraries, where, as now, 2 of them cover the same subjects. So in 2017, I wrote a paper to the rector proposing a co-location of all the libraries in the downtown campus. And the rector management meeting discussed the paper, and the members asked, well, what library services will we need in the future? That we have to discuss that before we decide on the requirement for physical space. So a project was initiated and established with representation from the faculties, from students, from the library, and from the unions. And we should produce a report and a recommendation for the physical structure of the libraries in the future. That was controversial among the library staff. Many of the people, I think, experienced that as a small crisis, personal crisis. It was skepticism about the purpose of the centralization. Is it only an efficiency measure? Will it make it possible for the rectorate to reduce the number of librarians more than they have done? Will the proximity to students and staff in the faculties be reduced with a centralized library? And how will it, of course, they asked, how will it affect my daily work in the library? We started the work and based it on a Danish report on future services from research libraries. There was not a shocking conclusions from that report. It was produced by the Oxford Analytics on behalf of the Danish Ministries of Education and Research, and it came with some clear recommendations. Access, and there is nothing shocking in this, but it was the main thing was that the conclusion came from work with the students and with the academic staff, not with the libraries. This was not recommendation from the libraries, but from the institutions. Access to required electronic research articles, journals, and research data, increased guidance and instruction in information retrieval skills, source criticism, reference management, etc. Increased support and guidance in data management, and access to physical spaces and facilities that support a project and group-oriented study life. And then we wanted to check whether the students and academic staff in our institutions had the same expectations from our library. We did a benchmarking against other university libraries on resources and library structure. We did article research and a user survey among students and academic staff at Oslo Metropolitan University. And some result from the user survey from students. The students said that we prefer to work in the library. 80% of the students said that we prefer to work in the library. And the service that they appreciated the most was the staffed counters in the library, that there was some people they could ask for help. But then also the majority of the students preferred to have a library in their own building. The academic staff said that they don't use the physical space in the library. They order books and get them delivered to their offices, or they use the digital library. So the majority of the academic staff preferred a centralized library with all services in one place. There was a demand for new services, systematic reviews, bibliometrics, data storing, publishing, etc. So we made some scenarios for a library structure, what we call first proximity scenario, more libraries than today. The discipline scenario, a library for social sciences and humanities, one library for health studies, and a STEM library. And then the third scenario, one centralized library on the campus. And then other things started to happen. We got a campus developing program, and everything was moving and in change. It was a new policy for campus development. Students and staff should use the whole campus, downtown campus. Lecture will take place in different buildings. Students shouldn't have a close proximity to one building. Services may be available may not be available in every building. And the lease contract for the campus outside the city center will be terminated, and we'll now have a discussion. We have decided on having two campuses, but what studies which will be in the different campuses is a matter of discussion. Through the 2 years that this work took, my opinion was clear to everyone in the library. I wanted to have one library. The library representatives in the project, they hesitated to clarify their position and very often asked for more discussions before they would give their opinion. But we had a report to deliver. And I must say that when we heard Dietmar Kratzer earlier today about crisis communication, I think it's so easy to underestimate the need for information to everyone in crisis processes, but also processes like this. And I learned from the IATUL seminar in 2 years ago in Munich. And that I learned it from the German company Aldi to make once a week, every Friday at 9 o'clock, I send my Friday email to all the members of the staff. And in this Friday email, I tell what I have been doing the last week, what I will be doing the next week, and inform about important issues for the library. So for 2 years, I've written about this project, also informing when nothing happened. And then came COVID-19 in the end of our work. All teaching became digital overnight. Everyone, or a lot of people, said that that was a boost for digitalization, but it wasn't so much a boost for sharing. The lectures became digital for the students. The teachers started to use Zoom, but it didn't result in any sharing of lectures to other students. We had a survey among the staff in the university. 3 or 4 employees said that when COVID-19 is over, we still want to work more from home. And the idea is also that lectures will be digital also in the future. And the rectorate sees this as a possibility to reduce the physical area that we use to earn money, but also for a more sustainable policy from the university regarding climate emissions. So what happened then with the library plans? The rector's management meeting decided in October that we shall proceed with the plan for a centralized library. There were really no discussion about it. But they said the new library will be based on our ambitions for digitalization. What does that mean? Does that mean a smaller physical library? Or perhaps a bigger one? What is digitalization? I think digital lectures is very primitive digitalization. Advanced digital teaching is digital courses and flipped classroom. And the library's contribution is in knowledge management and digital content, from data storage, scientific open access publications in repositories, open access journals, monographs, and learning materials. We also produce a lot of audiovisual material in our film, which we store in our film archive, and we also produce complete digital courses, which we think is an important part of the library work. We see now we had a close down from March to June. The semester was really over in June, so we had the possibility to open the libraries as the only open physical service at campus. And then in August, the fall semester started, and we see fewer students at campus, but a relatively higher number of students in the libraries. And we got reports from the students where they said that they lack social support in their studies during the COVID-19 lockdown. And I think that if you think of library as a third space, neither home, not work, the preferred place where you can do your work, you can be social, it's the place where you like to hang out. that is the library, which gives the physical library an important role in the future. The future library services for researchers is systematic reviews, embedded research, librarians taking the role in research teams, knowledge management services as data storing, research publishing, and learning materials and digital courses, and knowledge resources, of course. That was always an important work for libraries. But the number of resources that we buy will be reduced due to open access, but the importance of how we organize and disseminate the resources will increase. If more lectures are digital, there will be a need for physical space to meet and to collaborate. And we have a high demand for more flexible learning areas with additional services. And I think that the reduction of physical area at campus might demand bigger libraries than earlier, because we can't afford to have student work areas all over campus. We have to have them in a flexible way in the library. And it's important that student support services should be located in or in close proximity to the library. And I spoke to one student. We used the term home office when we stay at home and work from home. She called it bed office, because she said that the only place where I can be alone, that's in my bed. And it's so good that the library has opened, so I can come and sit here and work. So the library has an important role to play as the new common workspace in the digital area. We see now that the last 2-3 weeks, most of the lectures are turned digital again. But the students come to the library and they sit together and watch the digital lectures in group rooms on our big screens or on their own computers. And then they can stop the lecture, discuss, ask each other. And the library is a place where all resources are available at one place: books, digital resources, counseling, people to ask, colleagues, printers, scanners, technical equipment, and studios. And I also think there could be a demand for new physical services for the academic staff. If we want to reduce the area for the physical staff, we need more flexibility, perhaps research team rooms in the library, guest offices for academic staff, and of course, audiovisual studios for production, which we already have, and room for arrangements and different types of dissemination. So what we are going to do is we have to start planning the new physical library, but we also have to discuss the way we are organized. Today we have library leaders at the different physical libraries, but we have to discuss whether we organize more after the function as a principle for organizing. And I see these different functions: student services in the physical library, research support, knowledge management and production of learning materials, media acquisition and library systems, and teaching and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. This was a very interesting insight. You gave us interesting insights in your plans, and these are huge plans. Concentrating or centralizing a library to one location is something very interesting. And it seems so that the crisis you are just also having in Norway is just pushing your project. Hopefully, you have really, really interesting and really exciting plans here. What is you how do you say, you are just profiting from the coincidence you have now, the COVID conditions and the strategy towards the university that you are going on. I think this is an ideal combination now, and it seems a bit strange when I say this, because the situation, the crisis situation, is so dark. But I can only hope that your plans can come true in the future.
Yeah, planning is always difficult because you have to take in consideration what is happening around you. And so it's a discussion whether you can plan what you want to do, or if the reality is that you can plan what you don't want to do.
Yeah. That's true, yes. But let's just move to the chat commentary. Georg, could you help us?
Yes, Ulla asks, it is very interesting to hear about the development you've done. Can you give some more information about the Danish report you were referring to in the beginning? Thank you.
Yeah. The Danish report, I thought I would have the reference in the presentation, but then it has been removed from the ministry's webpage, so I couldn't find it. But I have it on my computer, so I can share it for those who want. But they have close interview groups with students, with academic staff, and with all the university leaders in Denmark, asking what do you think, what services do you expect from the library in the next 5 years or the next 5 to 10 years? And the conclusion was that especially the university leaders demanded a lot of new services. So if somebody had been worrying about the future for libraries due to the digitalization, I think that period is over. We see all over the world that new libraries are being built. There is a demand for more library services, so I'm very optimistic for libraries. And that is not an answer to the question, but we had a meeting for public libraries and for scientific libraries in Norway, and libraries in Norway has never been used so much as today. There have never been so many lendings. There have never been so many visitors.
Okay, next question. Gerda wants to know, are your new plans also supported by the university management?
That's a good question, because our rector, he thinks that this is a way where he can reduce the resources we need for the library. But I'm convinced that when we start planning the new library, that will change. So there are there are different ambitions for the library among the university management and in the library.
Okay. Ulla has a request. I'd very much like to have the report, if you can share it. Thank you.
I'll find it and share it.
Okay. Next one is by Gerda. I was able to see for myself the modern facilities of OsloMet at the IATUL annual conference a few years ago. Are you thinking of restructuring or more of expansion?
The university is downtown Oslo, so there is no possibility to build a totally new library. So we have to either do something with one of the libraries that we have, or move to a new building. And I think that is what we will look into now. But I think it will end with moving into a new building and making a totally new library in that building. That will be, and then it's important to do it now when all the campus plans are shifting. If you don't do it now as a part of the big change restructuring in the whole university, we won't do it in 10 or 15 years. So we'll have to do it the next years. Then some faculties will have to move out of one building and we can move in.
There are no more questions.
Thank you.
So thank you, Lars. Once again, thank you for your flexibility to skip or to move to an earlier time for your presentation. I was just looking whether Margie is already here. I saw her in the list of participants. Is she already here again, or did we lose her again?
No, I'm here.
Ah, perfect, Margie. Thank you very much. You already heard it perhaps from my colleague, from Jenny. We have to start now the presentations, but I'm very happy you are here now with us. I hope everything will be well for your presentation, and I will introduce you a little bit. You sent me some information about you. Mm-hmm. You are a director of the library services at the University of Wollongong in Australia, and you provided a leadership and direction, or to provide leadership and direction for library services, spanning 6 onshore campus locations and guidance for offshore library partnerships in Australia and Asia. You are an active leader in the library sector, and you have been at the vanguard in the application of library analytics. Very interesting, and a very interesting topic. You are an advocate and architect for digital transformation, and you are leading a digital first initiative for the ongoing transformation on the University of Wollongong Library. Also a very interesting aspect. You will tell us about the parallel conflicts for library futures, and I'm very interested to hear a presentation. The futures.
Thank you so much, Ava, and thank you to the forum for being so patient while I was grappling with these technical difficulties. I hope that you can hear me okay. Today, I come to you from Australia, and importantly from Yuin country, home to the Darawal and Wadi Wadi peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which the University of Wollongong is situated. And I'd like to acknowledge my respect and to the knowledge that is forever embedded within the Aboriginal custodianship of country. If we could move to the next slide, please. Okay, here we go. Just waiting for the next slide.
The slide was already there. You can move forward if you want to. Can you see it?
Here we go. I can see it now.
Page.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
So I know many of you have been talking about the impact of the COVID crisis. Here in Australia, and particularly for the University of Wollongong, a crisis situation started before Christmas last year. Many of you would be aware of the devastating bushfires that wreaked havoc across Australia. From the beginning of the new year, many of our campuses were impacted by the devastating and traumatic effects of bushfires. Many of our campuses were impacted, as were the communities where the devastation was harshly felt. So we've been in crisis mode since January 2020. We had a brief respite for about 3 weeks when the skies finally cleared of smoke and people could return to some form of semblance of normal lives, when we all then had to think about how we offered our library services, resources and facilities in the period of the beginnings of the COVID pandemic. This has been a time of crisis. It's been disruptive, there's been loss, and we're now in a period of recovery, change and innovation. So never before will we ever forget the year 2020. It's going to be remembered as a year of pivot for higher education and academic libraries. And I believe at this point in time, the robustness of our library's visions, our goals, our strategic directions will be bench tested like never before. This is a time where we can show the world how well we can adapt. So the future is now, but the playbook is still being formatted. And in many ways, I do believe that this is a sliding doors moment for libraries as we set the direction for what our new futures may hold. The world will be very different. So this is a time for us as leaders, as directors of our university libraries, to consider what is it that we do? What will the future look like? Do we aim to restore, to look at what our lives were like before COVID? Or is it a time for us to evolve and transform? So what I'd like to share with you today is some frames or some lenses to consider what those sliding door moments might be, and also how we might be able to configure some of our choices. I'm just waiting for the slide to present itself. Bear with me for one moment. I'm not sure why the slide isn't presenting, but this is an opportunity for us as leaders to consider a number of factors around what's happening within our operating environments. Typically, these would be considered weak signals, but in the age of COVID, these signals are amplified like never before. This is an opportunity for us to think about customer discontinuities. And what do I mean by that? Well, certainly here in Australia, where we've had a strong reliance on international students to augment the funding base of higher education, which in turn flows to libraries, the ability to access higher education, to travel across regions and nations has now been severely curtailed. The income that comes from domestic students will never reach the yield of our international cohort. Here in Australia, the birth rates, we're starting to feel the impact of a declining birth rate. And so the pipeline of possible students, particularly school-leaving students, are diminishing and will not buffer the loss that we've experienced through the the restrictions faced by international students. We're also seeing stark changes to the way that students engage with campus. Many have chosen not to use the residential accommodations. There are major shifts in the way that students commute to and from the universities. And as we've been hearing through this forum, the shift to online learning has meant that there's no real need to come on campus at this point in time. So what we'll be seeing is that students, staff and faculty will be wanting greater flexibility in choice. They'll be wanting greater flexibility in terms of the types of programs that they want to enrol with. We're seeing major shifts with technological discontinuities. We should be very proud of our swift shift to fully online and blended delivery. But I think what we've seen throughout this process is the major shift from campus-based infrastructure to a much more decentralised environment for technology. And this has a huge implication for digital equity and digital justice for many of our students. I think there's also an opportunity to look at what else we can learn through the use of portable devices, wearable tech, where people receive real-time data and lots of data about how they are performing. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for us to consider how can we use better data, analytics and other technologies to look at user behaviour in more real-time events, whether it be in the physical or in the online space. In terms of non-traditional competitors, there are many commercial, fully online education providers who can provide the complete package of award and non-award programs. And outsourcing the curriculum affords scale and speed and reach to new markets. And they can move at a much faster pace than many of our traditional institutions. So I think there's many questions for us to then ask of ourselves in terms of what is the library's role, purpose in an outsourced curriculum? What do our services, resources, and even our identity look like when somebody else may be providing the primary interface or channel for students to engage with their learning programs? And there are many new distribution channels where we're experiencing them right now through this Directors Forum. And while we should be proud of the swift shift to online, I think it's fair to say that we have lagged behind other sectors such as retail and hospitality. Education, research and library functions do perform in multi-channel networked environments. So I think there's many opportunities for us to consider how else can we lever these opportunities. And what are the best channels for students and staff to engage with the life of the university?
Sorry,
what are the benefits?
Just a second. Are you moving forward with your slides? Because we are still at identify weak signals. Have you moved forward?
Yes, that's correct. Yes,
okay, sorry.
I'm almost finished. Sorry. That's okay, I'm almost finished. Thank you. So I'll move on quickly in terms of, I think there's an opportunity for us as library directors to think about what is our role in a converged or merged multi-channel environment for student engagement and student learning. And I'll just move on in terms of regulatory changes. Here in Australia, higher education is highly regulated, and yet there are many expectations and conflicting expectations for us to be much more flexible, innovative and adaptive. It's been interesting to see that higher education has been omitted from the government's wage subsidies and economic stimulus packages. And our funding will be dependent on performance against predetermined targets and metrics. So I think there's an opportunity for us here to think about, well, what is our funding resource for higher education and therefore libraries, and where else we may be able to find those supplementations. So I think here it's important for us to ask ourselves very critical questions and to do deep thinking. And I'd like to pick up on a point that Lars made in the previous presentation is, where do we find those opportunities to scale back and cease doing functions, operations, or providing services that no longer provide value or sustainable? So how critically do we look at how our goals are aligned to that of the parent institution, and how do we best align the critical functions that we provide? As the university continues to grow and shape in its profile, I think it's really important to ask who else could or should be doing particular functions, and is the library the best unit, the best provider to do so? This is time for opportunism as well, in terms of identifying gaps. What does the data tell us? How can we best use the intelligence that's coming through a range of our feedback mechanisms, evaluation mechanisms? And do we have the skills, capabilities and capacity to deliver what is needed now and into the long term in a sustainable and quality way? And importantly, what should we stop doing? What will be the impact of ceasing particular functions to the reputation or on interdependencies with other services and activities that were performed across the institution? So in terms of, well, what should we sustain as library organisations? This is where we can look at where we deliver, really high value services that can be delivered at scale and at speed. These are things that, these are services that we have can provide maximum efficiency. They're subject to continuous improvement. These are unambiguous. We know what we do. They align to our professional expertise and capabilities. And we know exactly what our users want. And we know what the technologies are available to us and how we compare against our competitors. But I think while we are having to navigate the COVID environment, we need to prepare ourselves to look at what is it that we do need to challenge, particularly in an environment where resources are going to be increasingly scarce. So where are we prepared to shake free of past practices, even practices that may have been successful and contributed to our reputation and our identity for excellence? And this is where we will need to exercise courage to abandon traditional, often successful practice. For if we don't do this, we will be subjecting ourselves to limiting our capacity to reimagine, to reinvent and to create what is needed in a radically changed world. So this is where it's really important to monitor those weak or now, in today's environment, amplified signals to see where the new opportunities lie. So I think over the past 6, 7, 8 months, where we've really have had to live through COVID and its impact, where are the points of dissatisfaction? Where are the points of grit? Where is there too much effort for our users, our stakeholders in engaging with our services and resources? How do we foster a mindset that is open to new ideas, different types of skills and capabilities that are going to ensure that the higher education academic library is going to not only survive but thrive into the future? How do we build in time, space and capability for ongoing experimentation, prototyping and adaptation? And some things may not make sense to us in the first instance, but again, it's about opening our minds and opening our frames of thinking to consider what is it that we need to do today to prepare for the future of tomorrow. So to sum up, we all agree that our world has changed irrevocably. What we've learned through COVID is a number of changed practices, and that toothpaste is out of the tube. We're never going to be able to go back to exactly the way that we were. We should be able to draw upon our levers of tested resilience, our capacity to change, to adapt, to flex, and to quickly innovate as we've never done before, particularly at such speed and at such scale. So for me, when I've been thinking about what my role is as a director for a largely networked global higher education institution with library locations across Australia and the world, is how do we avoid being caught up in the traps of the past? How do we avoid being caught up in past success that in turn will hinder our way to move forward? How do I and my team monitor what is happening in terms of customer discontinuities, technological disruptions, regulatory changes, and so forth, and use that information to guide the way that we consider the design and delivery of core services and functions? And we have to think about the future on a day-by-day basis. We don't think about the future, the 5-year window or the 5-year horizon 5 years from now. We have to build that future day by day. It needs that daily investment. So I ask you, what are you doing each day to make a difference, to experiment, to learn, to look at where you can create the capacity and the capability that's going to be needed today and for tomorrow? And where are the opportunities? Where are the opportunities to collaborate, to partner, to close gaps that have been identified by monitoring the weak signals and the rich wealth of data that we have available to us within our institutions? So I thank you for this opportunity to put forward some ideas, some context to stimulate thinking and discussion about how we might approach libraries through a sliding doors moment. Do we restore? Do we evolve? Do we transform? And that's going to be dependent on each of our institutions. But I hope that we are committed to looking at different frames of thinking about our futures and really levering the learnings that we've gained through COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margie, for your very interesting presentation. I was like Lars. It seems very enthusiastic about your phrase about practice planned opportunism. This sounds really great. How are you going to do it? So, do you have special strategies, or is there a platform where you can do it? How is the university or your organization integrated in all those plans?
That's a great question, and this is something that we're certainly looking at very, very deeply now, and perhaps in an accelerated way. So we have started to look at a much more integrated approach to student engagement. When we looked at the number of entry points the student has to the University of Wollongong, they exceed 60 touch points or 60 ways of entering the digital pathways of the institution, and that's far too many. So there is a central student service strategy that's underway, and the library will be a key partner there. We're doing a lot of collaborative work with the learning teaching curriculum around digital literacies and digital dexterities. So being a critical partner in terms of how we support the largest scale rollout of fully online or blended learning, and what that means for students and for faculty in terms of being able to have the necessary skills and capabilities to effectively navigate and perform in a digital learning environment. And we've also been working with the IT division very closely, looking at how we can lever a number of the applications that are available within the enterprise architecture, such as if we need to be able to provide much more personalised, informed services, we can do that more effectively if we have more data about our interactions. So we're an early mover in the adoption of a customer relationship management system, which we're using for academic liaison and outreach. And so using that data, we can provide much more comprehensive, knowledgeable, informed services. We've invested heavily in our online inquiry, proactive chat services, and this in turn will inform our capability to develop artificial intelligence capabilities to be able to provide particularly tier 1 services at much larger scale and 24/7 regardless of regional location. So there are a couple of examples that we're working to.
So your basis, you have a very strong basis of different tools and instruments, and I think these also help you to identify your weak points and work on these weak points. Is that right?
That's correct. So there's very rich data that's coming through. And so when we launched our Future Ready strategy back in 2018, the people skills, the people capabilities featured very, very strongly. And so that digital dexterity, particular technology skills and capabilities, and also that mindset is critically important. In adopting our Future Ready strategy, our guiding principle back in 2018 was to have an online first mindset. Over the last 2 years, that has transitioned to having a digital first mindset. So anything that we do in terms of design, scoping and delivery must be informed by how we will deliver that first and foremost in a fully online environment. And then we look at what that might then look like if we were to offer it in a much more analog or face-to-face environment. So digital first is our guiding principle in everything that we do.
Okay, thank you very much. So Georg, could you help us again with the comments or the questions in the chat room? Georg, are you still here?
Sorry, I forgot to activate my microphone.
Okay.
Lars commented, practice planned opportunism. I like that. So it's more a comment. Kara wants to know, thank you, Margie. Do you think it's too early to be reflecting these changes in our strategic plans?
Not at all. I think this is the time where we need to be very active. I think one of the things that when we reflect on how we have responded to the challenges of a pandemic and the COVID-19 restrictions, requirements and so forth, what we've been able to demonstrate very, very well is our ability to make decisions much more quickly and also to experiment quickly, to prototype and so forth. I think there would be, I think when we think about plans, yes, it's good to have a multi-year vision, but it's important to set those milestones and aspirations in shorter frames. So what are the critical milestones that we might need to look forward to in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months and so forth? Because this world is changing so quickly. And I also believe that while we have faced many challenges this year, next year will be even harder. And if we don't start preparing for that now, then we will be at a severe disadvantage.
Okay. Ayanda has a question. Literature points to a gap in adequate disaster management plans in most libraries, institutions. Do you have one?
Yes, we do. We have what is known as a business continuity plan, which looks at, if there is a significant outage or there is something that prevents access to services, whether they be digital or online. What this year has shown us is that what we didn't have well established was a crisis management plan. And so we have had to rethink our approach to what does a major disaster recovery situation look like. Throughout, so we have been updating our documentation. We've actually devolved crisis management and business continuity much more strategically across the organisation. Even today, I have a meeting with my business continuity team 3 times a week to look at issues as they emerge so we can respond to them quickly, as well as monitor any ongoing trends and so forth, which will inform what we do to maintain our core functions, but to also anticipate what might be required at a more strategic level in terms of adapting or designing new services and experience. So this is something I believe as a profession we could be much better at, us included.
So there are no more questions. We are very good at the time. So Eva, you have the floor.
I think we have missed the question from Jill. Could you just please repeat it?
Sorry, I must have overlooked that. Jill wants to know, Margie, what has surprised you most during the 2 crises you have dealt with in 1920?
Okay, I think the most surprising thing is how quickly we can make decisions about what needs to be done, why it needs to be done, and how it could be done. On reflection, our decision making was cumbersome. It didn't meet expectations of timeliness. And what was really important, what was a key learning point for me, is how much better we are when we delegate the ability to make those decisions, to respond to challenges, to the people who are at the heart of the services and experiences that we provide for the students and staff of UOW. And what was really pleasing was seeing our investment in digital first and building the digital dexterity of our people come to the fore. They continue to astound me on a daily basis with their ideas, their capability, and their ability to turn a challenge into an opportunity.
So I hope I haven't forgotten any questions, but I think this is all.
Thank you, Georg. Thank you again, Margie. I'm especially happy now and glad that we made it to hear your presentation. It was a very, very powerful input to our conference here, and I hope you all the best for the future, that you can realize the most of your projects here in Australia. So all the best for you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to the conference organisers, and thank you again for your patience. Goodbye for now.
Bye. So I'd like to welcome you back to this conference. I hope you had a restful lunchtime and yes, could reflect also a little bit about over the last few hours. We had a very compact, very rich discussion in the morning, and I'm sure we will continue with that in the afternoon. Then I will give over to Lars, who will chair the next session, and I'm very grateful he does that. Thank you, Lars, and
thank you, Eva, and welcome back. It's so good with IATUL conferences that we have the global perspective. We have had the presentation now from Asia, Africa, Australia, Europe, Americas, and now we are going back to Africa, to Brenda van Wyk and Erwin Katsenga from the Independent Institute of Education Libraries. It's so good with IATUL conferences that we have the global perspective. We have had the presentation now from Asia, Africa, Australia, Europe, Americas, and now we are going back to Africa, to Brenda van Wyk and Erwin Katsenga from the Independent Institute of Education Libraries. It's so good with IATUL conferences that we have the global perspective. We have had the presentation now from Asia, Africa, Australia, Europe, Americas, and now we are going back to Africa, to Brenda van Wyk and Erwin Katsenga from the Independent Institute of Education Libraries. And Brenda will tell us what they did when the lockdown came and how crisis can promote innovation. Brenda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Lars. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to allow us to share our experiences with you here today. What we would like to share with you today is who we are, how we applied crisis-driven social innovation, and how we were part of our organization's emergency remote strategy, teaching strategy. We would also like to share some of the challenges with you and how we dealt with it. The pandemic in South Africa started also maybe in the towards the end of last year, but we went into lockdown during March, end of March 2020. And that is when we had to immediately started rolling out our emergency remote strategy. And Liz was part of that. And we immediately had to roll out our COVID protocols. And it has been, like we have heard from all the other presenters, a huge disruption in our teaching and learning space. And that being a private higher education institution in South Africa it really hit us hard, and we had to make emergency plans immediately. By means of introduction, who we are a private higher education institution, accredited, one of around 120 accredited institutions in South Africa. At the moment, we have around 45,000 students across 5 faculties, offering both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. We've just had our first PhD accredited, of which we're very proud of. We run our programs across South Africa, Southern Africa in 24 campuses, and we do it in a distance, connected and blended mode, also face-to-face. We have a central academic team that is responsible for all the developments and accreditation. And this is our team. It's myself, it's Irvin and Teresa, and during this period of adjustment, we had to provide leadership and change to all of our staff across the 24 campuses. Hopefully the slide will be coming. There we go. So the background to our problem was, as I've said, it really came to us very unexpected. We were not ready for this. We were in a good position that we already had a blended learning approach, and that on our 90-10 principle, most of our offerings had an online presence through our learning management system, Blackboard, which we also call Learn. And there we also had our virtual library services, which helped us tremendously to do the adjustment that was required. Our librarians immediately had to work offline from home, so we had to roll out laptops, arrange for permissions, firewalls, passwords, etc., to be implemented. And this happened in a matter of days. We did not have weeks to plan for this, because if we do not have students, we do not have a library, and we do not have a university. So that was our main strength. The fact that we were already embedded on our learning management system. Our whole library service was already embedded on the learning management system, and we were basically part already of the blended approach when we had to make the adjustments. Our 24 campuses have satellite libraries, and we call them, it's in the format of a digital learning commons, all of them, and it's centrally managed, and also on a national level, we have national libraries for each of the regions. We were also in the fortunate position that our librarians were already trained very well on using Blackboard and presenting and facilitating sessions online. So that was not something totally new to us. It was just the frequency that we had to adjust. We also recently started rolling out and planning our virtual research commons, which focuses more on the needs of the researcher, as we are in the process of strengthening and building a stronger research capacity in our institution. So, as I've said, our librarians were already used to Skype calls during office and often after hours on a roster basis. And that was something that really stood in good strength. But it was still a huge change. It was a crisis that we had to deal with immediately. And we did have to do a little bit of research on how to adjust and give the responsible leadership across brands, across campuses. And that is what we call a crisis-driven social innovation. And as we've seen that Besant Rush and Trivolova said that crisis-driven social innovation stems from an urgent and sudden change in the scarcity of resources. And in this case, we had to close all campuses with immediate effect. And being in a developing country, many of our students have challenges. There are socio-economical problems, and they are very reliant of their physical campus spaces and definitely their libraries. And that was quite an adjustment for us to serve our students with understanding the pandemic pedagogy and adjust to a remote learning and start supporting remote learning from a library and information services point of view. As I've said, in the South African context, digital exclusion is a huge problem, talking about the digital divide. And that is something that was acutely addressed, and we had to deal with it very decisively. We immediately started using communities of practice on the Learn system, on the learning management system. Many of our students then, as I said, are facing socio-economical changes. And our strategy was to go data light as far as possible. We looked at, for some of our students, we had to purchase data packages, and we as librarians had to give additional attention to make sure that our students, and in some cases also our lecturers, are equipped with the digital literacy and fluency that was required. We were in the fortunate position that library and information services formed a critical part of the organization's emergency remote training strategy and our academic team. So we were consulted on all accounts. And we were able to give our input as well. In the library then itself, we had the COVID protocols, which we've also heard from many of the previous speakers, very similar to that, sanitizing areas, using masks, putting books into separate spaces and keeping them for a couple of days, etc. We were not in a position to buy expensive equipment to sanitize these books. Connectivity and laptops was something that we had to roll out immediately to all our librarians, because as Lars has spoken about the third space, calling libraries the third space, suddenly our third space shifted from home, and we had to do exactly the same services, but from home. Our staff did need daily support, and we did meet with them on a daily basis. So we found that this crisis amplified the role of librarians in terms of our crisis innovation, the fact that we already had a digital learning commons model, and that we were very much part and parcel of the emergency remote strategy. Supporting our staff then, we brushed up again on their skills to facilitate the online tutorial and referencing workshops. And we worked in teams. Teams supported each other, and some of our librarians also had to learn new skills. We also made use of this time, if there were spare time, to make use of the free training webinars that were offered on the web, so that we do up on our skills of research skills, etc., etc. The psychological wellness and support of our library staff for us was key. It was really important. One of the other very important aspects of our strategy here was the support we gave to our lecturers. Our lecturers also had to make this huge adjustment of not seeing their students face to face and having the danger of losing the contact with that students. You lose the contact with your students, you stand the chance to lose the student altogether, because they might just say, we'll leave it for another year, we'll give our studies another go in another year. And that is something that we did not want to do. So our librarians supported lecturers in a collaborative effort. They helped them with preparing online lessons, and they also help with reading lists, with creating annotated reading lists, summarizing some books to be data light, so that not a lot of time would be spent online trying to search for the right information. One of the key elements in this strategy was to have a continuous online presence of our librarians. That was absolutely important. And we did this through various means, through social media, for advertising on what is available on Facebook, having Twitter feeds, etc. We also had an immediate response. If there was a question that came to us, librarians' contact details were shared with everyone. It was mainly done through Skype, and Skype calls could be done virtually, and they were available. They were also available on email and as data light as far as possible. And that support was absolutely key, and we were able to do this on an equitable level. But it took from us as a management team, it really took quite a lot. So we needed to strengthen the element and the understanding of micro-learning. Our e-learning platform, our ecosystem was well developed, and that stood us in great stead. But the principle of having brevity, short, focused tutorials, images, etc., and make this engaging to the student as far as possible. If you could do it on a mobile device, we tried that as well. Fortunately, our learning management system has an offline system part as well as a mobile system, as does our library system, which helped us a great deal. Then micro content, if you take it with micro learning, we had to understand and get that understanding through to all our staff members. What is micro content? How do you transfer micro content to your students and your lecturer without losing the value of that? Giving that just-in-time information, not infringing on copyright, which was a huge challenge during these times. E-books. We had to rely heavily on ebooks, and in the South African environment, some of the publishers, some of our local publishers, are not that advanced yet when it comes to ebooks. There's still very much print copies available, and maybe copies that are not really user friendly on a one purchase, one user license, which is not really what we were looking for in this environment. So we had to look at alternatives, open education resources, open access resources, and we had to really provide that to our lecturers. We had to collaborate very closely with our lecturers and our tutors to know which assignments were going to be needing information. The reopening of our libraries was just as an important part for us. Around August, we started gradually opening campuses and libraries, and immediately in some of our campuses, our students wanted to be present. They wanted that hyperconnectivity, and they wanted that physical presence of a librarian and their lecturers. In some instances, we had to open additional computer labs to facilitate this need to be present and go forward. We did feel that the work we did before this laid the foundation for our returning students, which helped a great deal. But it also came with its own sets of challenges, getting our spaces reorganized to have social distancing, spacing out computers, and then also cleaning and sanitizing books, which was quite something to get used to. We also had to try and not stay open for so late because we had curfews. At some stages at night, you would have to be home. We, as the library service, had to negotiate with publishers on concessions. We had to renegotiate access model and user license to, as far as possible, get unlimited access for some of the our e-resources. It did put some strain on our budget, which was unplanned. It was rather disappointing that some of the big subscription services were really not interested in negotiating special deals at all. But we found our way around that, and we started using more open access resources, which was very helpful. We immediately started with zero-rated access to some of our trusted resources to make sure that data light is something that we offer our students. And as I say, that we also made huge use of our social media teams for also advertising and creating awareness of what the library has to offer. We were faced with a couple of challenges. Some of these we have also heard from some of the other presenters here today and yesterday. As I've said, the budgets were stretched with additional ebooks. Some of our publishers were fantastic, and they offered us temporary PDFs. It's not the ideal, but it helped us to bridge that time where we had absolutely no face-to-face contact with our students. And some of our publishers, I think for them it was a huge learning curve, because there was a time where we could not order or purchase books because books were not delivered, and that was a challenge. We had to evaluate the impact throughout and consistently. The feedback that we got from our students and from our lecturers and also from our institutional management was very positive. I can say that our librarians were very proactive and very ready. I can also say that this prolonged, when it started, we thought it might be a month, 2 months. It turned out to be 8-9 months. And I can say that people are fatigued. It did take its toll, and we are looking after the welfare of our librarians the best we possibly can. We have also seen a huge increase, it's to be expected, in our electronic resources. And then in conclusion, this is, unfortunately, we cannot say that this is behind us. But this has been a very steep learning curve for all of us, as an institution, as a country, and most definitely as librarians. I think we understood how absolutely essential we are and how essential it is for us to have a digital presence and digital skills. We are looking towards mobile library services. It is there, but we are looking to improve that as far as possible. And that is what we have to share with you today. And we thank you so much for the time and for listening to what we experienced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I have some questions for you. You said that you are used to distance education, and you used the term blended learning. How would you define blended learning in comparison to the term flipped classroom?
Okay, so flipped classroom, I must be honest with you, is not something that is usually very, very popular, because flipped in our environment, flipped classroom means that the student comes to the classroom prepared with some stuff already done. Now, we experience some success and mostly not so much, because students still come to class not so very well prepared in many cases. If we say blended learning, then we offer both face-to-face plus e-learning. So I hope that answers your question. But flipped classroom, we definitely are still experimenting with it. It is not that successful in all instances.
But blended learning is the mixture of digital resources and traditional lecturing.
Correct. We have a model, Lars, that we call a connected campus, and that is where we have a hybrid, or if you want to say, not quite clear, it's a hybrid model where we give the student the option to either come to class or to have a certain portion only virtually, and then there are certain contact sessions where they can come to the campus, and we found that most of them prefer to even be on campus when it is not scheduled for their contact sessions. They need that physical presence and group cohesion with the lecturers and their fellow students. That's something that they really crave for. And I think that was one of the challenges experienced during this lockdown period for our students.
You said that you were negotiating a new agreement with ebook vendors. I remember I visited South Africa, and my idea was that South Africa was a country where people spoke English, so English books would be very cheap, but they were even more expensive than in Norway. And also, of course, I experienced that for the most people in South Africa, English is also the second language. My experience was that it was easier to get good agreements with international vendors than the national vendors.
That is true, Lars. That is, to some extent, that is true. We're also struggling with our weak rand. Our economy is not very strong at this stage, so our bargaining power is less. We're not that profitable for international vendors, but we did manage to get very good deals with the local publishers. Some of our local publishers are still very much brick and mortar. Some of the good ones, in fact, they have not adapted some of the very advanced e-platforms. We did have a little bit more success with some of our custom publications, but not very technologically advanced. It would be a PDF kind of version, and it will only be available for you for, say, 3 months. It is not a long-term subscription, and user access has been quite a challenge.
Jill Ben has a question. Thank you, Brenda. She writes, do you think there will be a radical change to textbook models as a result of COVID-19?
There will definitely be a change. Whether it's radical, I don't know. I do find that publishers are, in some instances, slow to adapt. And I am afraid that those who do not adapt will not survive. We did see a change in some of our local publishers who are now suddenly starting to provide books on e-platforms. The problem that I see here is that they're trying to reinvent the wheel. They're trying to create a new platform because they don't want to go to their competitors to benchmark on technology.
Yeah, because one could imagine, some says that the COVID-19 lockdown was a great shift for digitalization, but it also might be a shift to open access.
It did, definitely. I think previously academics would kind of frown upon open access, thinking that maybe it's not the same quality, although we know it is. But this crisis necessitated them to relook, because of the scarcity of the resources, they had to find something else. And I think it's been a massive shift, a positive shift for open access.
Yeah, but and in connection with open access, I remember from the IFLA conference in Malaysia, there was a session on open access, and one representative from South Africa said that, well, open access is good, then we can read the articles you write about Africa, but we can't publish ourselves because you have to pay for publishing. So if we really want open access, the libraries has to take responsibility for as a publisher. And that started a special interest group in IFLA for library publishing. Is that something you're into?
It is definitely something that will work in our environment. It is a very new thought in our business model. We've talked about it quite a bit. It did not, so far, it did not get off the ground, but I can see a huge future for that, most definitely.
Eva Ramminger has a question. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. One question. Did you also provide in-house digitation services for reference materials? If yes, which experiences did you make?
In-house digitization. To a limited extent we did, and then we had to get the DALRO permissions, the copyright permissions. DALRO is what we use in South Africa. So yes, we did, and then we used, once we did get the permission to digitize, we availed that to our students on our platforms. Not as much as some of the other presenters earlier on.
Ayanda has a question. We're dealing with publishers through a consortium or independently?
Independently. We're a private institution. We're not part of a consortium. So also because we are private, when we started negotiating special deals with the telecom companies, we really struggled because the consortia of the publics have a big leverage when it comes to working together. Well, we had to negotiate independently and individually.
Do we have more questions? No. No. Any more questions or comments? Well, then I'll say thank you very much, Brenda, and good luck with your further work.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
And now we'll shift to the Middle East. Rhea Saliba, librarian for education and research at the Veal Cornell Medicine in Qatar. Rhea is a researcher in technology and enhanced learning. Her current research interests also include incorporating information fluency skills into higher education curricula, fostering critical thinking competencies, and developing lifelong learning skills. She claims that our role as librarian and information expert has continuously evolved over the last decade, allowing us to fit into ever-changing educational environment. And we're eager to hear how that has been evolving in Qatar. Rhea, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We don't see you, but...
My camera stopped working for some reason. I'm trying to re-establish the connection. So let me start again. Okay, webcam. Let's see. Webcam sharing is starting, but you can't see me. But I'm going to go ahead and start with the presentation if you can hear me.
We hear you.
Great. So thank you for the introduction, Lars. I'm coming from Qatar. I'm actually in Qatar right now, and I'm very happy to be part of your presentations today. I'm the Education and Research Librarian at Veal Cornell Medicine, Qatar, which is a branch campus of Cornell University in New York. And I'm also a PhD candidate in e-research and technology-enhanced learning at Lancaster University. And in today's presentation, we are going to talk about how we put together information fluency skills for our students back in 2017, and how this helped us to build on for supporting our faculty and keeping the academic continuity during COVID, and how we also added other mastery skills for our faculty and staff other than the students. So first, this is Qatar, just to give you a little bit of background about Qatar. So this is the map, and the orange dot here is Qatar. I'm from Lebanon, but I've been living in Qatar for the last 8 years. And Qatar has seen a tremendous advancements in the last decade, especially in higher education. And let me move on. I think you can see me now, right? Okay, great. And what you see on the top left is Qatar Skyscrapers. On the top right is a picture of the Museum of Islamic Art, which is one of my favorite places to visit, enjoy art, music chamber, and have an afternoon tea with friends. And at the bottom is a picture of Souq Waqif, which is a traditional market considered an iconic landmark in Qatar. And here, okay, hopefully this is, okay, this is Veal Cornell Medicine, Qatar. This is our campus. It is located in Education City, which is a 12 square kilometer education hub that was inaugurated in 2003. And it includes 6 American universities, 1 British university, and 1 French university. And of course, 1 local university, besides K-12 institutions and research facilities. So Veal Cornell Medicine was established in 2001 as a partnership between Cornell University and Qatar Foundation, which is a semi-government institution behind the idea of Education City. WCMQ offers a 6-year medical program that leads to the Cornell University MD degree. In my role as Education and Research Librarian, I'm in charge of the library instructional program. When I took over this responsibility in 2017, I spent the first 6 months mapping our previous information literacy program with the new ACRL framework and identifying the outcomes that we need to integrate into the new curriculum. So I worked with another colleague who is the scholarly communication librarian, and we were able to identify the gaps in the curriculum, and we developed a comprehensive information fluency curriculum that can be integrated into the pre-medical and medical curricula. The Information Fluency Initiative went through 3 phases. The first phase was mapping the curriculum, identifying gaps, and developing a comprehensive set of skills to be integrated into the curricula. And this started in 2017. The second phase was building the online repository of modules to cover those skills and promoting these modules among higher administration and faculty members. Here, I want to emphasize how we approach faculty to integrate our online modules. So we realized that the new medical program was intensive and we could not get into the classroom. So in order to reach out to the students, we created those online modules that can be pushed into the learning management system that our college and faculty use for their class. And we have 3 delivery methods. We have the full integration into the curriculum using the flipped classroom that Brenda was talking about. For us, it worked well because we've been using the flipped classroom for some time and we got used to it. So we use the flipped classroom approach in the blended teaching. And it worked very well for us. So this is something that if you need more information about how we put it together, I'm happy to talk about this later on. So we made the content available through our LMS to our students 1 week before the live session. And we used synchronous and asynchronous approaches. The second delivery mode was just-in-time training. And in this case, we customized the sessions upon faculty request. And these sessions were also complemented by online modules that were pushed into the LMS for the faculty. And the final method was the fully online modality that uses asynchronous learning, where we push online module into the faculty courses without a follow-up live session. So we had full integration with flipped classroom, we had just-in-time training, and we had the fully online model. Okay. And so the third phase of the IF initiative was identifying researchers' need. I said earlier that I've worked with another colleague who's the scholarly communication librarian. So he worked with the research department, and he was able to identify what skills and competencies are missing from our researcher that we need to integrate into our curriculum. Once our medical students graduate and they work as researcher, they can rely on these skills that they develop during the medical curriculum. So in the third phase, we identified the researchers' needs and we added advanced modules for our faculty and staff for their professional development. Challenges and opportunities. So adopting the flipped classroom modality and embracing the challenges that were presented by the new medical curriculum allowed us to find creative ways to reach out to our faculty and students and be able to develop the skills of our medical students. And this also, I'm just moving here, this experience of creating online modules, providing flexible delivery methods, put us ahead of the game when the COVID-19 crisis began. Faculty reached out to us to help them move their content online, curate online resources for their courses, and help them also create assignments that can be helpful in evaluating students' learning. So first we had the just-in-time training. And we created some videos to help faculty understand how they can put together their online lesson, how to put together the learning objectives, how to interact with the students, just to facilitate this and give them some hints on the best practice in teaching online. The second approach we had was for online repositories. So we had hands-on activities and discussion topics to help faculty engage students. We came up with some ideas on how to put together some prompts for online discussion or for LMS discussion, and how to create hands-on activities for the classroom. We also curated resources for faculty courses, and we attended their live sessions to facilitate the class discussions they had. So we were very busy attending the live classes that the faculty presented, and we played a role also in facilitating some of the content happening online. And finally, we designed assignments. So we tried to design research projects to assess students' retention of learning outcomes and to prepare them to be able to demonstrate the acquired skills. So we have the before and after, and there's the before COVID-19 librarian and the after COVID-19 librarian. So our contribution to academia now is stronger because we were able to play an additional role. So beside being librarians, curators, scholarly communication experts, we also had to play the role of online learning experts. And especially in our college, we did not have instructional designers. We did not have a department that would support online learning. That's why we felt the urge to reach out to the faculty and say, we can help you. We've been doing this since 2017. We've been using the flipped classroom. We've been using online teaching. So we can help you transform your courses online. And this is what we did. And we were embedded into their courses, and we worked with them towards creating a responsive and flexible online learning for the students. So that's what I have to share with you, and I'm looking forward to hear from you what you think.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was very interesting. I guess there will be some question in the chat after a while, but I would like to. I think it's interesting. You talk about information fluency skills. Librarians have traditionally spoken about information literacy, but it's a change. It's wider to speak of information fluency.
Yeah.
We have also discussed information literacy because it's a sort of a term that that only librarians use. So in my library, we speak more of academic skills, because dealing with information, having the ability to write thesis and so on, are the academic skills you need to be a student. Could you reflect on these terms a little?
Exactly. Thank you, Lars, for the question. The idea is for us, since we are a medical school, we want to take it to the second level. So information literacy is something that is very basic, that we usually make sure that our first year students, before joining the medical program, are information literate. But once they join the medical program, they need to be fluent in information, and they need to know how to evaluate information, to critically think about it, where to find it, how to compare and contrast. And because we want also to encourage them to be to participate in scholarship, to become scholars. So we have this program called AOC, or Area of Concentration. And when the students start their first year of medicine, they have to choose an area, and they have to focus on it, and they have to do research about this specific area. And they have to publish something. At the end of their 4 years of medical education, they will have to publish something. So they will have to participate in this scholarly discussion that is happening. That's why we decided to call it information fluency, because it's a higher level of information literacy.
Yeah. You are the online learning experts. And that is also a wider portfolio than most libraries. Did someone in the university challenge you and ask, why should the library take care of this? Why shouldn't the ICT department or whatever take care of take this responsibility? And the next question is, if you mean that being an online learning expert is part of what a library should do, would you think that other libraries also shall take up that?
Yes, thank you. So I'll answer the first question. If anybody challenged me, fortunately, no, because we didn't have an instructional design department. And because I have good relationship with our IT people, so they wanted to work, they wanted to support, I was able to get them on board, and we would be working together. Like, I have this idea, can you develop it, or can we work more on it, and how we can implement it? So having good relationship on campus helped me a lot in providing the support I want, and I didn't have anybody complaining about us taking over. It's actually the opposite, because faculty contacted us and they said, oh, we remember you were doing this. Can you come on my course? I'll add you to my LMS. Can you help me do this? So no, actually, they were very welcoming for the idea because they needed help and we were there available. So this is a good thing. The other question you had about becoming online learning experts and if other libraries have to also take on this new expertise, I think so. I think every library, because libraries basically are a place where you try out new things. It's the first place on campus where you try out something new. And that's why we're always on board. So yes, we should become expert in online learning, especially now with the open access movement that is going on. And providing that free access to our students, to our community, is very important. And if we're not ready to take on online learning and become experts in online learning, we will not be able also to communicate or to reach out to our community, our students, our faculty, and provide them with the material they need. So this is definitely something that I think the instructional design department in the college should be a contribution between a library and IT. It should be in between somewhere.
Yeah, I like it. I agree with you. I tend to say that if it's not bureaucracy or administration, and it doesn't belong to one specific faculty, it should be something for the library.
Absolutely.
Eva asks whether you can explain the strategy of flipped classroom.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Eva. The definition is the same as Brenda said. You have some content that you push to the students ahead of time. So instead of going to the classroom and giving a lecture, all the material will be available in the LMS. The student have some time to go through the content, to read the materials. Sometimes there's a website they need to check. Sometimes there's some reading they need to do, and watch a video or something relevant to the topic. And then, in my case, I always like to embed a practice quiz in my module. So the student will go through the content, and then they will take a practice quiz, and they will be prepared. So when we meet online for our live session, we have more discussions and hands-on activities. So it's the other way around. Instead of giving a lecture and students go home and do their assignment, the students do the lecture on their own. And when we meet, we have the hands-on activities and the discussion, just to make sure that the student acquired all the learning outcomes that we want them to acquire.
Yeah, and I think flipped classroom is a very efficient way to learn, but we see also with our students that some tend not to like it because it's more work. You have to prepare.
Oh, definitely.
You cannot sit in the classroom just listening to a lecture. You have to be prepared. I have a question. Both you and Brenda mentioned the LMS.
Yes.
Giving your resources, making the resources available in the LMS. Mm-hmm. But the LMS systems, they are closed systems, not open.
Right.
Do you have some, and they are also commercial systems, most of them. Have you had any discussions about that?
That's true. They are closed and they are subscription-based and they are only for our students. So yes, it is only for our students and our faculty. But when it comes to the community at large, our IT is looking into a free instance of our LMS that we can use for MOOCs, for example, for the massive open online courses. But yeah, that's the only, I would say, caveat of LMS. They are closed and very restricted. But it works for our community and our students.
Eva heard your answer, and she says that we also call that blended learning. Is that right?
Absolutely,
there is some different. It is blended learning and flipped classroom isn't quite the same.
Blended learning is the concept, and the flipped classroom is a specific methodology that you use. So yes, it is blended learning because it has face-to-face, and it has also it has synchronous and asynchronous, and it uses now it uses technology. But also the methodology I'm using is the flipped classroom because it makes my classes more interactive with the students.
Yeah.
And the flipped classroom also, I forgot to mention that, it helps students become independent learners. They learn how to be independent, they learn how to take responsibility of their education and their learning. So they'll have to do some work and come to the session prepared, which helps later on in their lifelong learning skills. It helps them with their professional life, and it helps them with their management, organization and management of their education and later on their career. So it is important to teach them how to be independent, and we do it through this methodology.
Yeah. At my library, we made a course in a MOOC course in anatomy because especially the physiotherapy students, they tend to 30% fail to the exams. And then after we made this course, and the point was not the course, but the change in the teaching, because the teacher said, well, you have to come prepared, see the lecture in the course, do the quizzes, and be prepared, because when you come to the class, there will be no lecture. You'll work in group, and if you like to attend a group and the rest of the members understand that you haven't prepared, they can ask you to go. And after 2 years, we don't have any failures at all.
Wonderful.
And of course, this is in physiotherapy education, and they also use it in nursing education. So when we have made this course, we can make it available for all other universities that educates health personnel in Norway. Mm-hmm. But it's not enough just to use the course. You will have to have the change in the pedagogy.
Yes. Too. Yeah. And you will have to have access also to the complementary resources.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very good approach to get the student to do some work and not just to say, oh, we'll go to the lecture and we'll see where it goes there. No, you have to be prepared. And also they come to the classroom with questions. So they are active. They are not passive learners.
And that's something the library should promote, of course. Are there any more questions or comments? No. Okay. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Eva. Yeah.
We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, but I hope Pascal and Talia are here. We are going to Canada. We had a presentation from Canada yesterday, and I know it's how the libraries in Ottawa region has cooperated. And I think it's interesting that they say that because of the SARS pandemic in 2003, they had a crisis plan which they could use when the pandemic came. So I look forward to hearing what you say. Pascal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lars. Today we are going to share with you our experience of a regional set of libraries in Ontario, Canada. And there are 3 of us who developed this presentation. Two of us are going to present today's presentation, myself and my colleague Beth Namanchavaya from the University of Waterloo.
Morning.
Good morning, Beth. The Ontario Council of University Libraries was formed about 50 years ago. And for 50 years, we have collaborated and developed shared services and infrastructure through such areas as collection licensing, information technology, collaborative planning, and professional development. Our consortium has been funded through our members' existing budgets. Both our library directors, as well as our staff and librarians, are involved in these efforts. Services that are developed are offered as opt-in to allow for flexibility in meeting local needs based on each library's size and needs. And together in 2020, we collectively help educate and serve 515,000 undergraduate and graduate students, including about 60,000 international students. These locally hosted infrastructure and digital services began in earnest in the 1990s and now offer everything from numeric and spatial and GIS data, millions of ebooks, and tens of millions of locally hosted scholarly journal articles, digital preservation, a private cloud network, and more. These are situated at the University of Toronto Libraries, and collectively this work is known as OCL Scholars Portal, which is a complement to the personnel side of OCL. Some examples for you here. You know, we'd like to characterize what we do as shared risk built on collective trust. So we're able to offer some leading edge services, things that, and try things that may work or may not work out, and try to innovate that way. And you could think of this as maybe a series of concentric circles where we have core services in the middle for our members, and these work outward with other collaborations that involve some, but not all of them. A core example would be that we all subscribe to the journals and books platform. So OCL, many years ago, were able to articulate agreements with publishers that we have local hosting rights for both journals content and books. And this provides for a secondary light archive, if you will, of this content. And also, when our libraries cancel journals, they can also rely on the locally hosted content in Ontario for perpetual access rights in most cases. An example of a opt-in locally hosted service is that of Dataverse, which is an open source social science oriented digital repository that was originally developed at Harvard University. This was a lightweight resource that really just started with a few universities that wanted a research data management solution. And over the years, it's grown into what is now a national, heavily resourced data management platform, and we're now rebranding it as Dataverse North for all of Canada's universities. Another example more recently is 14 of our universities decided to come together and work on a shared library services platform. We use Ex Libris's Alma and Primo, and we have a shared catalog. And this is an example that it's not considered core, so only the participating members pay into it. But those libraries who are not members are free to join at a future time and work with us with that. And an even smaller example would be a print repository that we have that at the moment involves 5 universities out of the 21. And we certainly hope that we can grow that as well. As Lars mentioned, in 2003, Canada, along with China, experienced more cases of another type of coronavirus. This was known as the SARS epidemic. And during that time, all the institutions in Ontario, all the universities, developed local epidemic risk mitigation and response plans, everything from planning to close services and close buildings to what to do when staff or students got sick. This was not at the scale of our current coronavirus crisis. In Canada at the time, we had about 10,000 total SARS cases. It was much more deadly than the current coronavirus. There were some 2,500 deaths from that. So, but early on, we shared these back in March of this year, and this served as a place to start for our libraries to plan for the current COVID-19 pandemic responses for our campuses. And so one of the first things we did back in March was those libraries that were able to get their hands on the previous plans, we shared those with our colleagues, and this served as a place to start for local planning. Since then, we've used a variety of methods to work together and to solve problems together. We've had weekly calls since March. We've shared how we've collaborated together and what services we were closing and reopening more recently. We developed a continuity plan for local scholars portal services. And we have been more recently looking at resource sharing issues. Some of you have heard of the HathiTrust emergency access during the coronavirus crisis. And we had something of the kind. The University of Toronto had a accessible content platform of ebooks, mostly for visually impaired students. And we were able to lend this corpus of ebooks out to, in a opt-in model again, to serve as digital surrogates for print volumes that were in our collections that were not available because our libraries were closed. We've also had some crowdsourced digitization projects. And then Vivian may have talked about some of the quick surveys that she's been helping guide us with to see where each of our libraries were at with service restart readiness. And our current work revolves around plans to reopen resource sharing, including print interlibrary loan. We're going to spend a few minutes talking about our individual libraries and how some of the consortial activities mapped onto our local context. The library I lead is a mid-sized regional university. We have about 16,000 students, of which about 17% of those are international. We are a single library campus. We serve all of the disciplines on campus outside of the law library, which is part of the law faculty. We have a fairly centralized approach to services and policy. Most libraries, most universities in Ontario are unionized. We are perhaps a little bit more so. And so there's a central pandemic policy steering committee and a very rigorous approach to reopening things around health and safety and many chains of approval. It's sometimes challenging to scale up campus-wide efforts because we are in that size of institution where we're a little bit under-resourced for the population we need to serve. We're currently in phase 2 towards phase 4, which will be the new normal after we have a vaccine and everyone is vaccinated and those kinds of things, with about 20% of our current staff working regularly on site. I just wanted to share this with to show you some of the service milestones we've had since March. March 16th, we closed and went remote for the rest of the spring semester. And immediately we were inundated, as I'm sure most of you were, with so-called free content offers from vendors. And we decisioned those and activated some electronic resources which were helpful and which we could use for the remainder of the semester and into the summer. And we also continued to provide digital document delivery of articles from our rich digital collections to other libraries. So that's something that really didn't stop. I'm not going to go through all the rest of these, but you can see them here. A note at our library is that we've developed standard operating procedures which govern protocols for how we provide services, including clearly articulating, where we set up desks, how many people can be in a particular area in the library, what is the entrance and egress from that area, hours of operation, and things like this. The University of Ottawa is the second library in our presentation. They are located in Canada's capital, which is Ottawa, Canada. And they're a larger university. They have about 40,000 students and 450 programs in 10 faculties. They're the largest French and English bilingual university in North America. And you can take full degrees in both French and English. You can have your individual courses in either language of instruction. My sister went to the University of Ottawa and she very much enjoyed it. And they're the first and largest French immersion program amongst Canadian universities. And what we mean by that are non-French speakers having the opportunity to do their programs fully in the French language and develop their language skills that way. University of Ottawa is regularly rated one of the top 10 research-intensive universities in Canada, and they have many professional programs, including medicine, law, and teacher education. Now I'm going to hand it over to Beth, who's going to talk about Waterloo and the rest of our presentation today.
Thanks very much, Pascal, and I guess I should say good afternoon, everyone. I think most everyone here today is probably in the afternoon time zone, except for a couple of us who are tuning in from Canada. I will talk a bit about the institution where I work, the University of Waterloo. It is located 2 hours west of Toronto. It's one of Canada's top 15 comprehensive research universities, and Waterloo has a strong focus on cooperative education and entrepreneurship with 6 faculties. Areas of special academic excellence include mathematics and computer science, engineering, social sciences, and public health. With an enrollment of 36,000 students, and about 70% of those participate in the cooperative work program, which means they may be working full-time and attending class, or they may be working full-time, and that could be on campus or off campus. Really, the cooperative education program includes employers that are situated around the globe. So that is sort of a whole industry in itself within the university, which makes for a really interesting dimension when you think about the kinds of learning and research support services that a library provides. The university had then 2 challenges when the pandemic hit. That was to shift instruction and research to remote and virtual, and to sustain the cooperative work experiences, working closely with a global network of business, industry, and government partners. So that has been a really key thread that has worked through the sustainable programs in instruction and research that the university has had, and the library has been closely involved in that. I would say the library has probably tripled the number of cooperative work experience students that it has employed since the pandemic started. And we're starting to view that opportunity in a much different way than we did previously. Let's see. And I'll just take a closer look at what the library did. Our priority really began to be hybrid learning and research starting in the middle of March. So having access to digital content was a priority for the library, and figuring out how we could really leverage and develop rich opportunities for virtual interactions with students, whether that was coupled with online learning or simply being accessible through chat reference, and making opportunities for in-depth research consultations using video conferencing software. Those were 2 things that we focused on very deeply. We also, as Vivian mentioned yesterday in her presentation, teamed up with the units on campus that support online learning, and worked very closely with them to provide one access point for both instructors and students to use when they had questions about any aspect of online learning. So that meant that we pulled together a lot of our web accessible library resources and made sure that they were linked from this online site. And it also meant that several of our staff who are involved in instruction and instructional design meet regularly on a weekly basis with other professionals who focus on online learning in several units across the university, and that is still happening today. As Pascal noted, and at the University of Windsor and also at University of Ottawa, instruction has remained remote for the fall term. We're projecting it will be pretty much the same in the winter term. There are about 2,000 students out of the 36,000 who currently come to campus at the University of Waterloo on a regular basis for some type of clinical course or course that requires some type of in-person interaction, lab-based or clinicals. In the library, there are about 25% of our 130 staff who work partially on site now, supporting limited opening hours and supporting the book pickup service. And that will probably remain at a steady state through the winter, probably into the spring, that will maintain that level of staff working on site at about 25%. This is really set up based on guidelines that the campus has established, working with the campus's safety office, and working closely with the research enterprise as well as the academic enterprise. And as Pascal mentioned, many of these, whatever our decisions that are made at the university level for how instruction is offered or how research groups work together are really guided by regional, provincial, and federal public health guidelines. I'm going to move next to a slide that depicts a model that a number of us began working with and using to think about what we were doing in terms of library services in the spring and summer. This model, which is called the Run, Grow, Transform model, was reviewed by the Gartner Group, which is a higher education technology consulting company. They held a webinar in the early summer on how organizations can use new methods to continue their strategic growth and to improve their practice. This model, which identifies these 3 categories of actions that can help transform business practice, inspired a number of us to think about how we could apply that to our current crisis management activities, but also how we could continue to grow and transform in the midst of crisis management. Our colleague Talia at the University of Ottawa developed this slide thinking about how Ottawa had used the OPAL consortium services in these 3 areas to both run and sustain services, to grow and expand those services, and then to transform library services. So Talia mentions that, the sustaining of services comes from our use of the journals and the books platform in which all 21 libraries participate, and an opt-in service, which is the Ask a Librarian chat reference service, which not all of the institutions use, but a number of them do use. in terms of growth, the use of the accessible content portal and the expansion of that use so that we could use it for controlled digital lending is something that Ottawa leveraged. And in terms of transformation, they have been able to build upon the Collaborative Futures shared library services platform, which is the shared catalog that Pascal mentioned earlier, that University of Waterloo is also using, as well as the shared print repository and the Dataverse national research data management and curation platform. So those examples really help us think about how we leverage the services that we help design, create, and sustain in the OCL Consortium. One of our current conversations is really focused on how we might need to rethink services as we use them collaboratively, thinking about how we might reinvent them or maybe make collective decisions about whether we will retire those services, and then how we continue to sustain new levels of digitally based services. One of the things that I think we are all learning as libraries globally is that the digital shift, which has sort of been a choice, is really becoming now a core part of library services. And I think that that concept is really quite alive within the OCL Consortium because there are so many of the digitally based services that the consortium has developed. We were easily able to leverage those, but we also focus on thinking about what do these services need to look like in the future? Will they remain the same? Are there things that have replaced those services? And do we need to let some things go as we move forward? I'll just close by providing some current example initiatives. Some of these we've already touched on, but there are a couple that we haven't talked about. The first example was something where this has become really amazingly useful and heavily used during the pandemic, just turning on a button where somebody could identify an article or a book chapter and request that the library digitize that for them and send it by email. That has been amazingly useful in our shared discovery service, Collaborative Futures, and the 14 libraries that implemented that platform have been utilizing that quite heavily. There is something else I will say about the fabric of OCL as a collaborative. We are able to collectively implement big ideas and big projects, and we depend quite a bit on the University of Toronto Library and the Scholars Portal group of librarians and technology professionals who are supported by the OCL Consortium, but are based at the University of Toronto Library, which sort of serves as a physical headquarters, but it also serves as an idea headquarters where we can put our ideas together collectively. The Scholars Portal staff help us realize those, and we also bring in expertise from the 21 university libraries who partner with Scholars Portal and other groups to help implement and sustain and evaluate projects. Some of the other examples we have already talked about, but the latest and the emerging example is the the research data management platform, which leverages the Dataverse software, and also a rich group of data curation experts who work within the Portage Initiative, which is a Canada-wide initiative sponsored by the Canadian Association of Research Libraries. So those two efforts, the Dataverse research data management repository and the Portage research data curation expertise, those two initiatives are actually coming together to help us provide a Canada-built research data management and curation program, which is guided by the library community in terms of the guidance that comes from Carl, but also from a group of the 4 regional library consortia who will be governing and managing the Dataverse Institute, or the Dataverse data repository that is currently being expanded so that it serves the whole of Canada. So I hope that overview that Pascal and Talia and I have provided has been provided some useful context as well as useful examples of some of the things that we've been able to do by working collectively, both in Ontario and across Canada. And we'll look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pascal and Beth. I should have said it in the introduction that, but you have understood it. I guess that Pascal is University Librarian at the University of Windsor and Beth at the University of Ottawa. We haven't had any presentation from the US at this seminar. I guess they are busy watching the counting of the president election. But Canadians are also Americans, but as they say, Canadians are mostly, to the difference, mostly unarmed, but they have a health insurance.
Yes. 2 of my children are American citizens, actually, and Beth is American as well. We collaborate very closely.
We do. Yeah. I have been in Canada now for about a little over 3 years. I moved from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign 3 years ago. And this is a hugely collaborative environment, I think, across North America. But there are distinctions, and I would say they are distinctions that help us leverage our strengths, which is really quite evident in the library world in North America.
Pascal, you used that term unionized, highly unionized. What does that mean?
Yeah. They belong to a labor union, and the work is governed through collective agreements. So we have 4 different unions in our library of 80 people.
So you have to cooperate closely with the unions?
Yes, and work changes need to be negotiated, and so I found it quite good in that everyone knows precisely what the roles are. It's articulated very clearly. I worked 16 years in the United States in non-union environments, and in those cases, sometimes when something new came up, we would have to think about what made the most sense. And it may have taken longer to work through an issue because there weren't such specific rules governing that situation.
Could you say a little bit more about the consortium? is it to what degree is it based on initiatives from the consortium members, and to what degree do you have instructions or policy from government, and is there any funding from government, and to what degree is it optional to take part in the different services from the consortium?
Beth, do you want to respond?
Sure. The consortium has received government funding, I would say, only in terms of one-time support for specific initiatives. That kind of differentiates it from say consortia that I worked with and in the United States. This consortium is pretty much fueled on an ongoing basis by the 21 institutions that are part of it. Usually the ideas for innovative services come from working groups, and which we call communities, and also committees that involve librarians from across the consortium, either working with our current services or who are looking at emerging trends and thinking about how we address them collectively. So the model of the Dataverse research data repository is a good example of something where this was clearly on the radar of a number of libraries within the past 4 or 5 years. An opportunity came up and to implement the Dataverse repository. The consortium made a decision collectively to invest from a fund that we accumulate, which is called the New Initiatives Fund. And so we invested multi-year funds in that. We also got a federal grant, which went to the University of Toronto libraries and funded, also provided part of that funding, which allowed the Scholars Portal group to implement the Dataverse platform and get it off the ground. So much of the ongoing funding comes from the libraries. There's no ongoing subsidy, but there's a lot of goodwill and, I guess you could say, in-kind support and occasional government, either provincial or federal or regional support.
Eva has a question here. Is the role of the union in all libraries in Canada that strong, as you described, Pascal?
I would say it is very strong. The libraries and universities that are not unionized are exceptions to the rule. Most librarians and faculty also in Canada belong to unions, including all of our staff and such. It's a bit of a patchwork in some places. So you will have librarians with academic status, but they sit outside a formal union, or you have librarians that are members with faculty in a union together. But almost all libraries are unionized, at least to some extent, in Canada. And we're all public entities, so we are all state funded. There are a very few private higher education organizations in Canada. Most of us are all public, state funded.
Eva has another question. You told us that the IATUL consortium is already 50 years old. What were the first projects you realized? I imagine that was not about library systems and licenses.
So I have probably been here the shortest amount of time, but I'm going to guess that the first projects focused on physical interlibrary loan.
Yes.
And, you know, this is going to sound a little bit disingenuous, but technologies have actually been around for almost 50 years. And I'm just thinking of, you know, some of the first library circulation systems. Those would have come into being probably in the late 1960s, early 1970s. So we're rapidly coming into a place where we've had technologies around for almost half a century in libraries, which is pretty unbelievable. But I'm guessing that the first projects implemented had to do with physical interlibrary loan. That has been a backbone of libraries, because there's in Canada, because there's not a widespread use of OCLC, and so there were more regional networks of libraries that have been doing interlibrary lending for a number of years. Pascal, you may have more insight into this.
Yes, along with print interlibrary loan, there was also a system of mail distribution amongst the 21 universities, which is still operating today. It's called the Inter-University Transit System. And so when we want to send a book from my library to Beth's library, there's an internal system that picks up every day at each campus and delivers mail, not just library materials, but all kinds of mail between the universities themselves. And it's important to note that the MARC record developed in the U.S. originally. I think her name was Henriette Avram. She was a scientist working at the Library of Congress, and that was developed, I think it was 1963. So we do have a long, rich history of technology and innovation in our profession. It's really quite interesting.
Yeah, I have some more questions really, but I see that we have spent our time. So thank you very much, Pascal.
Thank you. Thanks very much
for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yesterday we heard about from the University of Ghana, and there was a question. We heard about how they have coped with the COVID-19 pandemic, and there was a question, but what are your digital services? And Antonia said that wait, you'll hear more tomorrow, and here it comes. How they have developed their digital services at the University of Ghana. The floor is yours, Antonia, and Francis, and Daniel.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure. We are coming your way again today to share what we have on our digital services during this pandemic. For today, I would want to hand over to my colleague Francis to take us through, but we are going to be doing it together. So as and when I have to come in, I'll come in to support. Thank you. So Mr. Francis Yeboah will take over from here. Okay, may I just continue? It seems, I don't know if he's having challenges with his internet connectivity. So today we are presenting on the services we've provided so far amid the coronavirus pandemic, and it's going to look at BAM Library, specifically like I already mentioned yesterday. Today's presentation outline, we are going to look at an introduction and then the services provided so far. We'll look at the challenges we've had to go through, and then there's the conclusion and some recommendations. So by way of introduction, COVID has brought us to the realization that our monumental libraries, where we were physically engaging our materials, has given way to virtual libraries in this 21st century. Like I said, for University of Ghana, we had to close down our doors. We had to stay home for almost 90 days. That's almost 3 months. And so we had to start serving our patrons remotely. And so I wouldn't go into so much details of our COVID journey as a university. I'll just recap the fact that we had Ghana recorded its first case on the 12th of March. And then for University of Ghana, by 15th, we also recorded an imported case. And then 16th of March 2020, the government gave the directive to close down all universities. And so the library quickly, through our intranet, email intranet services, we had to get in touch with our patrons and let them know that we are going to be serving them more on using digital means. So we sent messages around the libraries, around students and faculty for them to be aware of. So we're going straight to look at the services provided so far. So far, we, through the use of the university's online catalog, which we normally call UG-CAT, our patrons are able to access the materials in the library no matter where they are. So far as they have the internet connectivity, they are able to do so. And then we have our online databases. Fortunately, the university is subscribing to quite a number of them to help researchers and students in their articles and in their researches. And then we also subscribe to a number of electronic books. And then we have the article request, which gives patrons the opportunity to request for articles they are finding difficult locating. We have the chat with the librarian, off-campus access, and then our online past questions. So I'll go into details with each of these services we've provided over these months. So first of all, the University of Ghana online catalog. It's actually a union catalog that takes cognizance of all materials contained or being stored in all the libraries. Like I mentioned, the University of Ghana library system is made up of 7 satellite libraries, and then we have other hall libraries, institute and departmental libraries. So we have put together a union catalog which takes brings together all the materials in these libraries so that our patrons can have access to them so far as they have internet wherever they are. Through the library's web page, they can access these materials. So we'll look at the interface of the UG catalog. We realize that we have the keyword. So with you can easily perform a keyword search either using the author's name. We can use the title of the material. We can also use the call number. And then this is the area where you enter the title you want to search for. And then we have this view here, view entire collection. Most often, if you don't know exactly where the material is, you can decide to search the whole, that means all libraries, so the entire collection. But let's say if you are in one particular library and you also want to pick the material from that particular library, Then you can search within that library. You can choose from the drop-down arrow, and then you search, and then you can get whatever material you need so that you can pick it up. So that is the interface when you go to the BAM Library's website. This is our online catalog interface. And then we also have another service, that is the live chat, a chat with the librarian. During the pandemic, the library actually put together a schedule for senior members. That's most often the heads of the various sections of the library. So for instance, between 1st November to 15th November, you are responsible to be online throughout the period to be able to assist patrons who use this platform with their questions and whatever. So it's also an icon on the BAM library page. You just go there, you click on it, and then you are able to have a conversation with any librarian who would be online at that particular moment. And what we were doing was, if let's say I am on and a request or a query comes and I am not able to answer to it, I then transfer it to whoever is responsible for that particular area. And so with this, we were able to assist our users as well. And then with the online databases, actually the university subscribes to a lot of them. And then during the pandemic, we had some vendors coming in to provide training to make it easy for staff and faculty to access the material, that's the journals and the articles within these databases. And then we also send simple steps as to how to access information from these databases to the Public Affairs Directorate of the university. And then they use the email system to circulate this information to faculty and students. So you can also find this on our webpage, on the BAM Library webpage. And then the library also subscribes to some ebooks. And like I said, we had these vendors coming in to give a lot of training to make the use of these materials very simple for staff and for users. So we subscribe to some ebooks, and then during the period, we were able to assist our patrons through this service. And there's also the off-campus access. Off-campus access allows staff and students access into the BAM Library's database, such that even if, let's say, you are outside campus, you'll be considered within the campus so that you'll be able to have access to every material that is in the University of Ghana library system. This is because sometimes some articles especially are paid for. So if you are outside the university, it becomes very difficult for you to get access to these materials. But if you come in through the university's IP, then you are able to access these documents. And so we have a registration that staff and students will have to go through, and then they are authenticated to use this service. And there's also the article request service that has been ongoing for some time, but during the pandemic, I think it received a lot of requests. And this also gives students and faculty the opportunity to ask for some articles they are finding difficult to access. And then our e-resource librarian, they attend to these requests and then make sure within the time frame you provide for them, they are able to retrieve the material for you. So sometimes the library goes as far as having to purchase some of these documents or articles for staff and users. So this is the interface. You complete the information needed, you provide all the information, and the most important information, you are asked, let's say, do you need the article probably after this date? So I can fill in and say after 21st November, I wouldn't need this article. So that if they are not able to get it within that time, we can quickly get back to the user. So this is the article request form that was highly subscribed during the pandemic. And then we also have the online past questions. Actually, it's a project the digitization unit of the UGLS is undertaking, and they are trying to digitize and upload all past questions, retrospective. So from, let's say, maybe 1990 or 1999, we are trying to upload all these past questions. We pick them hard copy, and then the unit digitizes, and then it is put up in our institutional repository. So you would, as a staff, or students, you have to you register for the service, and then after about 24 to 48 hours, you are authenticated, and then you are allowed to use the service. So this is the interface for the online past questions as well. You have to do the registration, and then when you are authenticated, you are able to search for the past questions, and then these are downloaded into your account. You can download them and then keep them on your laptops for use. And then during the period of the pandemic, like I already mentioned, a lot of trainings and webinars have taken place to give faculty and students, and even librarians, the opportunity to familiarize ourselves more with some of the e-resources that are being provided. So these are just a catalog of trainings that have taken place. We can see an EBSCO webinar took place on the 31st of March. There was another one on the 2nd of April. Science Direct also offered us with training. ProQuest gave us some training. We had some monthly training. And then these were open to faculty and sometimes also advertised to students, so that whoever wants to join in can join in. And then I would want to look at our challenges. It hasn't been easy going through all of this, especially when it comes to bandwidth. For us in Africa and probably in Ghana, data is quite expensive. But fortunately for us as staff, the university gave us some data during the lockdown. So if you run out of data, aside what the university provides, then you would have to support with your own data. And then we were so hit by the pandemic, and so we had challenges with the inadequate technological know-how. Zoom and all the other platforms, we were not really using them. So when we just had to zoom in and start using them, it was quite a bit of a challenge. But going forward, we've been able to maneuver around some of these challenges. And then interruptions from home. This new idea of working from home is quite challenging, because we are all used to working in our offices, and then there are so many distractions coming from home, children and all the others, but we had to put ourselves together to be able to provide these services to our clients. And then we look at psychological instabilities, which I mentioned yesterday. The news that at least there was a positive case alone in Ghana caused a lot of fear and panic and chaos and all of that. And even during the lockdown, feeding was even a problem for some people and all of that. So we had a lot of psychological instabilities. But I think with the knowledge that we have acquired about the virus and all that, we've been able to reduce some of these stress that come or that came with the pandemic. So in conclusion, the University of Ghana library system tried very hard to remain significant even in the face of the COVID pandemic. And then we also ensured good customer service and customer care. We tried very hard as a university library to be able to assist our users whenever they had challenges. And that's also decision making from management also enabled the library to sail through these challenging times. The library stands out in supporting teaching, learning, and cutting-edge research, and we are going to continue to put all our efforts together to be able to support the vision of the university. Thank you very much. These are a few recommendations. We would want to recommend that the university tries hard to develop its IT infrastructure, because from where we are going now, the new normal, we believe, is going to be the normal. I don't think we are going to go back to our physical libraries and all of that. And so we are advocating that they purchase more e-resources, and there should be more training. And then I think as librarians, we also need to market ourselves and do more advocacy, so that faculty and students will know what we are doing in our respective institutions and libraries. So these are a few references we use in our papers together. I want to say thank you very much for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonia.
Thank you.
And to everybody listening, please use the possibility to ask questions. Antonia, is it so that those services that you have described, like access from home through ACID proxy, like the chat function, was that implemented due to the pandemic lockdown, or did you have it from before?
Okay. Thank you very much. Most of these services we had before the pandemic, but during the pandemic, we were forced to actually make very good use of them. For instance, the chat with the librarian, most of us were not going on regularly, but because a schedule was provided, we were mandated to always go there and attend to users. But we had these services, and it seems they were also not so much known amongst the university community. Staff and students didn't know so much about it, but because we kept sending out information on them, the usage, I think, has increased over this period of the pandemic. Yes.
And was many students using the chat function, or and also the participation on the webinars? Did many attend?
Okay. Students do use the chat most often, either to, sometimes people ask if they can even renew their loans. When they borrow materials. So we tell them, okay, if you have to come back to the library to renew. And then during the pandemic, because of the lockdown and fines were increasing, people were quite concerned. So they come online to find out if they'll be charged, because they were home and then their charges were accumulating. And because it's an electronic message, the system sends when your material is due to return, to return to the library. So people were getting worried about these fines. So through the chat, we were able to allay their fears. And then management also decided that within the lockdown, such fines will be waived. So we had the opportunity of sending these messages across the university community during the lockdown.
And were you also, was it possible for you to increase the number of ebooks that you offered to students due to the pandemic, or was it a financial problem?
Okay, thank you very much. During the lockdown, actually, some publishers made available their content freely. Yes, we had a list, so we compiled the list from these publishers, and then we circulated it among the university community. Several publishers gave us free content to ebooks. Yes, yes, please.
Thank you very much. I've understood from the program that we have some minutes if we want to discuss among the presentators. Also, it's possible to ask questions to Antonio and Beth and Pascal and Raya and Brenda. I must say that there is an old saying that people cook with water all over the world. Some things are like wherever you are. And it's interesting to hear the different presentations and to see that many of the problems and the challenges are equal all over the world, and also that the visions among librarians are the same. It is differences in funding, in infrastructure, etc. And to me, it makes an impression to hear from colleagues where the pandemic have struck far harder than in my country, with personal loss and the need of equipment, infrastructure, etc. But I think the main thing is that the visions and the ambitions are very much alike. And I must say, Antonia, your last slide with the recommendations is perhaps some recommendations that we could all use that slide.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good.
The same.
Yeah. Do any of you presenters have something to say to each other?
Okay, please, if I can say something, it's been very interesting. Like you said, we almost all have the same issues and same challenges, and we are providing almost the same services. It's encouraging to see that at least we are not lost. So I would want to share in the view of one presenter yesterday who was saying or suggesting that we should let our universities know more of the things we are doing. It seems for us in Ghana and even in Lagos, people think the library is as it was some 10, 15 years ago. So they hardly visit the place. I think we should do more of advocacy and marketing our resources and services so that they know that of a truth we have moved from these monumental libraries and then we are into hybrid and digital libraries. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's right. We have to do more advocating, and we need to have more self-esteem and be proud of what we are doing. I think I'll just handle the floor over to Eva if there is no more questions. Thank you all. Floor is yours, Eva.
Yes, Lars and Antonia, thank you very much. It was really a wonderful closing of our conference. I think you just made a very it's a very close it's a very round discussion here now. We started with very today we started with very crisis oriented problems or aspects when we talked about how to manage a crisis very generally, and we are now ended on a point where we are really talking about how to promote our library services even in crisis times, and how important this is to do so. And I think we had the whole world of literally the whole world of different solutions with the same services in the center. And this is also for me very encouraging, and I'm very happy to be a part of it today to realize that and to get to know that also. Thank you, Lars. You had a very stressful afternoon today, and I'm very thankful that you helped us here. I was just looking at our participants, and I'm seeing that Charles Ekman, the president, new president of IATUL, is online with us. I hope he can hear us, and maybe he wants to talk or wants to give us some words of closure of the presentation of the conference, if this is possible. Charles, can you hear us? No, obviously not. I'm just waiting a few moments. No, I guess this was not working. Nonetheless, I would like to thank you now all. It was, I think, for us all, a very interesting 2 days conference. We learned a lot, not only from the facts or from the subject and themes we discussed here. We learned a lot also from working with an online conference, from the technical aspects here. It is not as bad as I feared, and I'm very happy that this was running very good. And I would like to thank you all now. I would like to thank all our presenters and presenters, and I would like to thank Anna and Lars once again for taking over the chair for the presentations. And I would like to thank, in the end, once again, Jenny Moritz and Georg Stan-Ellebach. They were the technical backbone and the administrative backbone of this conference. So I hope you won't get sick during this COVID-19 pandemic. I wish you all the best, stay healthy, and I very much hope to see you soon. And I think Jenny has just a few closing words when it comes to what, Jenny?
I just wanted to say that Mr. Ekman is going to talk to us now because he's activating his microphone. Thank you, Mr.
Very well, thank you. Charles, the floor is yours. I can't hear him. Maybe is this only my problem? Yes, we can't hear you. He just...
It seems that his microphone is working, but it doesn't.
Yes, he is just writing us something in the chat room. He just wrote. I apologize for that. I just wanted to say that this was wonderful. I appreciated Lars and Eva's closing. Thank you very much. I hope we can hear each other or see each other on the next possibility. He is now again writing. Yes, Charles writes to Lars, our vision and ambition are similar, but our infrastructure and funding are different. And to me, he writes that our solutions are different, but our services at the center are the same. Wonderful presentations, and thank you to the conference organizers and presenters. Yes, thank you. These were wonderful closing words, and I just say it once again. Keep safe. Thank you. And goodbye.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Bye.
Good evening.
Yes, bye-bye.
and I